get one more. So we have, a quorum is 5. We can call it with a quorum, but I want to give it a couple of minutes. We have a busy agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. Is this on? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the meeting a few minutes later. We're waiting for a couple of our board members. We have a long agenda today, so if you would please, if you're going to speak, please make your comments, to the point, and because we have a long agenda. So thank you very much for understanding. I don't need that.
Hey, Bonnie. Fine, thank you.
Hey, you keep it. I've got it. I've got a couple of his books.
I know a lot of these people here.
Okay.
Michelle's not.
How you doing?
She was having surgery.
Oh.
Yeah, she had scheduled it when this meeting was to be last week. What is this?
Oh. I don't have my pen. I need.
You don't? It's not there? But what's the number? It's not on here.
The big one's right there on there.
2448.
Anna here. Okay. Here, Ms. Swift is here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and proceed. We're missing one, but I think we have a quorum, and so we can go ahead and proceed. Are we good, Ms. Attorney?
Okay, that's okay.
What happened to them?
All right. Let's get with it.
I read it.
I read it all too.
Yeah.
Took me forever. Took me a couple of days to get through it all. Yeah. But you know how to work.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I do.
We're going to go ahead and start the meeting now. If we can have your attention, we'll go through the preliminaries, and then we'll begin. We'll begin as soon as we finish all of the required readings. We're calling the meeting to order here. Good afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board.
Mr. Maxwell, sorry, we just have to make sure it's recording.
I'm sorry?
We're just making sure that the meeting is recording.
Hey, let me call you. I know. I'm supposed to turn the phone off, but lucky I have still have hearing aids. Okay.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, but it's going to be at the
One moment.
The safety building.
yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay, that's our cue.
Okay, I read everything.
All right, once again, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. The people on this dais are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts which impart a distinct historical carriage to our city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or the city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. A lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modification of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action, decision, or recommendation which foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the City Commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claim ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of December 18th to order, and the time is, we'll call it 4:07 p.m. Today, we have on my right, Ms. Alvarez, Ms. Spain, Mr. Garcia Pons, Mr. Silva, a blank chair, with Ms. Janae to be there, Ms. Everett, and Ms. Swift. Oh, Ms. Rolando. Where's Ms. Janae? Ms. Janae is not here, so we're missing 2 members. Okay. It says I'm supposed to name any distinguished persons in the audience, but all of you are, so welcome. I'd like to move to the approval of the minutes, please. Do we have the minutes for the previous meeting in November?
We do, and mentioned to staff there was a scrivener's error on discussion item number 3, which we're going to take advantage of.
Can you please turn on the microphone, Mr. Garcia Pons?
We do. I mentioned to staff there's a scrivener's error on discussion item number 3, which they're going to correct. So I move to pass the minutes with that correction.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Everett, a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons. Please call, again, voice vote.
Oh, yes.
Approved?
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay. All right. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board, and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of the quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. Okay, we'll deal with that at each one. Are there any deferrals on the agenda, Ms. Bernis?
Good afternoon. Yes, I do have 2 requests of deferrals. One is for case file LHD 2025-011 and COA 2025-027 for 2509 Indian Mound Trail. They would like a deferral for the February 12th hearing. And the second deferral is for case file COA 2025-23 for 2615 Alhambra Circle. That one is a deferral for the January 15th hearing.
Ms. Bednas, can you do that again? Just
Yes,
which items?
quickly, yes.
At 2509 Indian Mound Trail
Wait, yes.
is a deferral for February 12th. And 2615 Alhambra Circle, the second COA application, is a deferral to January 15th.
Jan?
And that's those 2, just those 2.
4. Okay, thanks. I got that one. Okay, great. So we have the 2 deferred items, and all right, so the agenda's been amended. All right. If any persons in the audience will be testifying or speaking today, please rise to be sworn in. In other words, if you'd like to speak before the board, please rise and swear yourself in. All right?
Mr. Chair, can we verify if there's anybody on Zoom who will be testifying so they can be sworn in now as well?
Yes, do we have anybody
Anybody on
testifying
Zoom?
on Zoom?
Please raise your hand or note a comment so you can appear on screen and be sworn in.
On the screen, just that little screen. Which I don't think is being picked up by anyone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just one moment, please.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm the information you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, it sounds like we have everybody sworn in at this time. All right, we're going to open the public hearing. And we're going to start with case file LDH 2025-013, consideration of local historic designation of the building currently on the University of Miami main campus, located at 1211 Dickinson Drive, referred to as Eaton Residential College. Lengthy description on file as recorded in Plat Book 46, page 41 of Miami-Dade County. Okay, board, are there any ex parte communications or undue influences from attending this university?
So for as instructed, I'm going to disclose that I have much familiarity with the building, having been a student there for a long time, and it will not affect my decision-making in any way.
Thank you.
Well, I think I have to then disclose it also. I have 3 degrees from the University of Miami. The first degree was a 5-year degree, Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and I lived next door in Mahoney Pearson Hall for all of those 5 years, so I know Eaton Hall very well, but it won't influence me.
So you don't have a grudge against the...
No, I loved living in that dormitory, and they're being demolished. This one's next door to it, and I wasn't in it very often, but I have been in it. And I know the campus well.
for the
And
record-
it will not in any way affect.
And for the record, those do not need to be disclosed if they're not ex parte communications or actual voting conflicts. I'm glad that you've shared, but if you have a question about an actual voting conflict or an ex parte communication,
no.
I'm happy to discuss that off the dais.
Any other board member have a potential change of heart? Ms. Alvarez, no? You're good?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Maxwell, before we can begin calling up the parties, I do have a brief thing to introduce to you all about this item, as it's coming in a bit of a unique way to you all whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
Yes?
that'd be fine.
So as you all know, we've had, I believe, on 2 or 3 occasions in the recent history, we have had coming before you a request for designation not being presented by staff. On October 31st of this year, there was a historical significance determination letter issued by staff with a finding of no significance for the property on 1211 Dickinson Drive. That letter, in accordance with the city's zoning code, was timely appealed. And as such, what is before you today is a request for designation by Ms. Bolton for designation of the property located at 1211 Dickinson Drive. Unlike normal designations, there is no staff report. There has been a report provided to you by Ms. Bolton and her team. Anna Pernis is here should you have any questions, but it's really the presentation of Ms. Bolton and her team and her burden to prove to you the designation of the property, not staff's. So I just want to make that clear that staff is not planning a presentation. It will be Ms. Bolton as the applicant for designation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bolton, would you and your team like to make a presentation?
Yes.
I know you brought several people with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Bolton. I live here in Coral Gables, and I wanted to start out by thanking all of you for volunteering your time to serve on the board. I know it's a great deal of time, and it's greatly appreciated. And I also want to remind you that serving on this board comes with a great deal of responsibility, because it's up to all of you to preserve our history. And so I'm going to start my presentation now. I'm here to designate Eaton Residential College at the University of Miami historic. It is located at 1211 Dickinson Drive here in Coral Gables on the southeastern shore of Lake Osceola. The building was constructed in 1954 by Robert Murray Little. Bauhaus International Subtropical Modern is the architectural style of this property. Robert Little was an American Institute of Architects Fellow, and he lived from 1903 to 1985. He was a very prominent Miami-based architect, known for his significant contributions to mid-century modern and international style architecture in South Florida. He is associated with the, quote, less is more, unquote, ethos pioneered by Bauhaus figures like Mies van der Rohe. Eaton Residential College is one of UM's most iconic and significant modern campus buildings, not just because of its superior architectural qualities, but also for the way it shaped future dormitory development on the campus. It is a Bauhaus-influenced H-shaped design with 2 wings, and it is consistent with the design ethos of the master plan for the University of Miami. It is the oldest residential hall on campus, and in 1954, it opened as an all-female dormitory. Robert Murray was also one of the preeminent figures in the design of the University of Miami campus. And I'm really hoping you will designate Eaton Residential College historic so we can preserve it. And Jean-Francois Lejeune is going to give the presentation, and Brett Gillis will also be contributing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. This is Mr. Chair and member of the board. It's actually a pleasure to be for the first time in this
Please state
commission.
your name
Yes.
for the record.
My
Thank
name
you.
is Jean-François Lejeune. I'm a professor emeritus of the University of Miami School of Architecture, currently professor associate at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana and Rome. I'm also representing here, in terms of secretary, the association Docomomo US Florida. Docomomo US Florida is actually well known to the city of Coral Gables because we actually received the notification last year that there was now a Docomomo Day on 27th of May 2024 at the occasion of a large conference that we organized, a national conference here on campus in Coral Gables as well as partially in Miami, in city of Miami as well. We have basically always been very involved in trying to help and protect historic building. We do not officially and we do not often actually come into a commission chamber to ask for a designation. This is not officially our task. Docomomo means documenting, co-conserving, more modern, more movement, Docomomo. It's an association that regroups thousands of members now, created a little bit more than 30 years ago in the Netherlands. In the US, there are 36 chapters of Docomomo, Florida being one of them, which I helped found in 2009, and that has been thriving quite well for this last almost 20 years. So we were informed quite quickly and in very limited amount of time by the possibility that the Eaton Residential College would be demolished. In fact, we were supposed to appeal the non-designation of the Pearson Mahoney colleges, which run into the city staff a little bit earlier than the one that we are dealing with today. We were supposed to appeal that designation, but for a technical reason, that appeal was introduced and eventually retrieved. If I'm not mistaken, the Pearson residential colleges were declared not historic in the city of Coral Gables and can actually be demolished. Interestingly, less than 2 weeks after that decision was taken by your staff, the university presented the project for the reconstruction of the site of the Pearson Mahoney College, which is extremely fast track, and to some extent for me, who has been living in Miami Beach and has worked for 9 years on the planning board and the historic preservation board in Miami Beach, a surprise how quickly, in less than a couple of 2 weeks, such important buildings would eventually go through a too accelerated and too fast process. So we took the opportunity to appeal for the Eaton Residential College. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to run through the most important criteria for designation. Then I will go to a summary statement of significance of the case. And I'm assuming that we have some expert who will eventually intervene after me, rebutting probably many of my points. And I'm assuming that I have the right to actually respond to the rebuttal, right? I appreciate if that's the case and if that's legally the way to proceed. Okay, so let me take back this different sheet. So I will start with essentially some of the criteria of historic cultural significance and read in particular the number 4 that Eaton College exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community. Eaton Residential College received government backing as an HHFA, Housing and Home Finance Agency project, to provide the much-needed housing for students in response to the university's rapid post-war growth before the GI Bill expired in 1956. As the first of the large dormitories, this building fostered a new way of living on campus. It made history as the first dormitory for single women in campus that has already been mentioned. Eaton Residential Hall evolved over time into Eaton Residential College. Another social trend is the approach to modern campus living. The economic construction of the building, we know the building was built with relatively little means of construction and perhaps with some defects, but that already has lasted almost 70 years. The economic construction was actually advocated by Robert Murray Little, and I would say is very relevant to the changing context of the campus and very relevant to the fact that this building is the way it is in 2025. I will now discuss whether the building is associated in significant way with a past or continuing institution which has contributed substantially to the life of the city. That is actually an oxymoron, I believe. Eaton Residential College, along with its immediate followers, the Pearson-Mahoney complex, represent the second generation of residential building on campus. It is indeed the oldest residence hall on campus, and as such, it established the standard for the much-needed housing for students in response to the university's rapid post-war growth. The University of Miami was an integral part of George Merrick's original vision for Coral Gables and has been an increasingly vital and I would say economic part of the city of Coral Gables ever since, becoming the largest institution in the city. Eaton Residential College was named after Julian S. Eaton, an alumnus of the law school and early chairman of the board of trustees. I must say here that the campus is unique in its history for its specific development over the 100 years. Technically, as you know, this is the 100 year of the history of the university. We all know that it's not exactly right, but certainly it's reaching definitely an important date. It has reached an important date. And it must be said that the process of transformation of this campus, of which the Eaton Residential College is a part of, is very fundamental. As we know, this building started literally as a Mediterranean project, as a project that, well, we all know the very famous posters, the whole world come to Miami, to Coral Gables. It was a project that had a very, very clear aesthetic, architectural, and stylistic direction that reflected the tenets of the early years of the city under the guise of its architects and, of course, George Merrick. And then it actually went to a radical change at the end of the Second World War. That change was absolutely radical, not so much because suddenly new buildings were added to an existing structure, which is, for example, the case of many American campuses all around the country, but in fact that the entire image of the campus was transformed. And a lot of that image came from the heart of the campus, we know that, but also from the manner within which the students were to be housed. We even know that in the early version of Coral Gables, there was even a small grid that would have probably housed also faculty houses and apartments. All of that was eventually transformed to develop an image that was fundamentally a Bauhaus image, a response to very geometric, very organized structures defining different axes of development. And those early structures were established by Robert Loweed and Marion Munley, the 34 original collective structures, of which now we have 6 left, which are occupied, thanks for the city for having also designated these buildings, occupied by the School of Architecture. So the UM campus is unique in this history, and I must say that it's probably not known, but I wanted to mention that, is that in 1955, Le Corbusier made his only visit to the city of Miami. He happened to have been in Coral Gables, and he met a lot of architects of the city whom he criticized for working for the rich and not for the society, but he certainly met Robert Murray Little. We have this name in his famous books, and he also requested, we don't know whether that was actually provided to him, but he requested the plan of the university campus, as well as another structure by Robert Loweed in the downtown Miami, which is actually a quite famous early parking garage in the downtown area. So, in terms of architectural significance, of course, we believe that Eaton Hall portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. Obviously, this is continuing the argument I mentioned. Eaton Hall opens a second generation of residential housing on campus, departing from the pavilion-like structures by Robert Loweed and Maurice Manley, and developing them as a full-fledged collective housing with higher density. The university needed more housing, and especially the insertion of important social and recreational spaces that did not exist in the first generation of housing. As such, Eaton, right before Pearson and Mahoney, accurately epitomized the changing environment of the University of Miami campus in the post-war period, characterized by its subtropical interpretation of international modern, international style, or Bauhaus. There are no real Bauhaus building in the US. Everything has been, in fact, an adaptation. We use the word Bauhaus. We could have used international style, but we thought, to some extent, the word Bauhaus suggested more relation to the value of the buildings than the international style. The third generation of colleges, the brutalist Stanford and Hecht complex, were, as you know, destroyed in the last year to be replaced by the Centennial Village. The potential reuse of those buildings was actually studied by university. The School of Architecture was actually involved in the process of evaluating the importance of those towers, and eventually even making projects with students demonstrating that it was possible to retrofit them. But for all sorts of reasons that you're well aware, those structures were eventually not conserved and replaced. But what I wanted to point out is that there was a process. There was a process that was actually public, that went even through the School of Architecture, which is right at the heart of it, and we always felt that as members of the faculty and members of the university, we should actually be better informed than the average. Eaton Hall embodies distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. Obviously, this is very important for us. Eaton Hall embodies the distinguished characteristic of the international style combined with the elements of the subtropical modernism developed in the state and internationally after the Second World War, for instance, under the guise of two important architects, Maxwell Fry and Jane Drew, who are very famous for a book called Tropical Architecture in the Hot and Humid Climates, and that defined a lot of the principles that eventually the Eton College followed, which I can summarize very quickly: balanced asymmetry of efficient repetitive patterns, minimalism and scarcity of ornamentation, rectilinear form with rigorous geometric segmentation intersecting orthogonally, industrial cost-effective material, large expanses of Florida window glass, steel, concrete, and brick, light, taut, plain surfaces, stucco finishes, metal frame fenestration program of ribbon curtain wall windows, cantilevered egg crane brise-soleil. For us, this is absolutely fundamental for the importance of those buildings, as well as projecting exterior staircases, flat roofs, open interior spaces, and so on. Though Eton College is a stuccoed concrete building like many other preceding buildings on campus, it nevertheless stands in architectural contrast with the earlier campus housing space planning program of the preceding decade. Eton represents a departure from the veteran housing complexes designed by Manley and Weed. Eton reinvents modern housing for the post-war era. Manley's housing blocks were 2 to 3 stories in height, restrained in design, and organized as narrow blocks with clear structural module emphasizing individual apartment units. By contrast, Eton was the first of the larger dormitories to be constructed on campus, reflecting the need of the greater density during Pearson's presidency. By the way, Pearson was one of the presidents of the university, and a shift toward community living arrangements. As demonstrated, Eton, and in the following years, the Pearson-Mahoney, played an important role in shaping the architectural identity of the university in a post-war context. The University 1948 master plan envisioned a campus defined by long, narrow, modernist blocks set against open landscapes, a characteristic of Bauhaus planning before and after 1945. I insist that planning, because perhaps more than architecture, it's the urbanism of the complex that reflects important ideas of the pre-war Bauhaus movement. So more than a dormitory building, Eton holds significance that it extends beyond its architectural form by embodying the growth of the university and reflecting the cultural and social patterns of the period. Its placement on the shore of Lake Osceola and its substantial scale helped anchor a growing campus core, visually and programmatically linked to the large modernist campus framework, and of course creating important public spaces facing the lake. I will obviously not, I think nobody will contest that Robert Little was one of the most acclaimed modernists in Florida history. He was well established after 2 decades of work in the Miami area, but achieved his greatest fame specifically through his post-war work for the University of Miami. Mr. Little designed a master plan for the campus in collaboration with Robert Lowe Weed and Marion Manley. It's very often forgotten, and we have documents that show that the master plan, or one evolution of the master plan, was actually signed by Robert Little. Little's works on campus can be recognized as important, but he certainly, we have to be realistic here, we certainly cannot be compared to Walter Gropius' exercises at Harvard, or Alvar Aalto at MIT, or other majors in the history of American architecture. It is obviously the case of Marion Manley and Robert Lowe Weed housing pavilions. These two architects were not known nationally nor internationally. The pavilions were considered also as evolution of Bauhaus inspired, but they were directly influenced, including having pilotis, for example. Their system of construction was fundamentally different, and so even though Manley and Weed were not internationally known or pioneering architects, they were eventually recognized as important architects here by the city of Coral Gables. And I'm coming to the end, particularly the elements of design, detailed materials of craftsmanship of outstanding quality, or which represent a significant innovation in adaptation to the South Florida environment. That's obvious that Eton Residential College strong association to a type of subtropical post-war modernism, marked by a clear emphasis on repetition, efficiency, and horizontal extension, a series of building details gesture toward little design tendency toward Miami modern, element, towards Miami modern elements, and anchor the building within a more culturally and local and climate-sensitive architectural vocabulary. It's very, very important to think about Robert Loweid and Marion Manley pavilions, their flush facade, the window flushed, you know, without any real protection against heat. They were ventilated, that's for sure, but there were no protection, in contrast with the way Little eventually designed the facade of the Eton Residential College, basically in a sort of an egg crate, but projecting those important elements that in many hours of the day, and thanks to the vegetation that was also quite interestingly combined with the construction, eventually create a protection to the environment and eventually help maintain the temperature and the humidity at a reasonable place. Now, it's clear that those buildings were not officially air-conditioned, so they were not officially cross-ventilated. So they have the central corridor, but the way the windows work, the way the windows were made to work, with a Florida window quite large, recessed from the facade, with shadows and so on, is actually very important, represent a fundamental element of the subtropical modern architecture, which you can find all around the world, including, by the way, in Le Corbusier's work in south of France and other parts of the world. Yes, so I think this is critical, and I also want to say that, as I mentioned, Weed and Manley's pavilions, which are now housing the School of Architecture, it's also very important to compare the careful approach to subtropical climate developed by Little, in contrast with the most recent buildings built by Arquitectonica on the campus, which are, in terms of planning, quite interesting, with this pilotis and elevating the buildings on the ground, but facades that are entirely flushed without any solar protection and can't even open a window. And I think, again, it's fundamental to understand that if we eventually get rid of the Eton Residential College, we will have actually lost 2 generations of buildings on campus, and what the only type of buildings that we will be able to refer to are the Marion Manley and Robert Loweid. Wonderful little structures, but certainly not, in general terms, a way for the future of the region. So, I think we can basically leave it there, and I would like to go mostly to the summary of historic significance. And I want to say, Eton Residential College was designed for the University of Miami in 1954 by master architect Robert Little, one of the 3 architects responsible for designing the early years of the nationally renowned University of Miami modern campus. As part of the unique collection of resources that captures the university's spirit in the era in which it was constructed, this building embodies the university and city's history and a sense of place over time, and as such is a valuable, non-renewable historic and environmental resource that should be preserved. I would even say for the teaching of architectural students. It must also be said that the designation process that you are involved with is local. It's a local designation process. And as such, the building must be analyzed and hopefully protected within the context of its value in Coral Gables and in the middle of one of the very first modernist campuses in the US, and not specifically to national or international examples. The US campus is unique in the US history for its specific development, as I mentioned earlier. Eton Hall, was it a pioneering building? Was it a pioneering essay in subtropical modernism? We can discuss that. It's deeply recessed windows, its unique egg-crate design, its organization around 2 courtyards, its orientation make it an outstanding example of subtropical modernism. The building doesn't need to be a pioneering essay to be recognized of historic value within the context of Coral Gables on the campus, because if that were the criteria, we could pretty much demolish the entire city. You know, we have few buildings that actually would be recognized as pioneering. I actually believe, to some extent, Eton College was one of those. was innovative in its design, construction, and adaptation to the local climate. It is an excellent adaptation to the local climate in spite of the problem of air conditioning situation that had to be resolved, not always correctly, in the following decades. Its facades reflect the critical concern of being protected as much as possible from the intensity of the sun. The deeply recessed facade and windows are characteristic of subtropical architecture, as defined, for instance, as I mentioned, by Maxwell, Fry, and Jane Drew in their pioneering book. Its model of design reflects the Bauhaus by its rationalism, but all responds to other climatic conditions. The University of Miami was a vanguard building. It was not published very much. It was published a little bit in the 1940s. I mentioned Le Corbusier, but I don't think it needs to be demonstrated that the building should be vanguard or the campus should be vanguard to actually consider that it is fundamentally important for the specific context of Coral Gables and arguably Dade County in the following decades. Architect Robert Little, was he a pioneering architect? He certainly was a master architect. At the level of Coral Gables, we believe Robert Little was a pioneer, particularly in his establishing a prototype for economical and modern residential housing on campus. He built many structures on campus, and some of this work was recognized in the press. Now, it is true that the building has aged quite a lot, 70 years. It's a lot for modern buildings. It has been modified, but we don't believe that any of those changes has actually compromised its importance for the city of Coral Gables. Many historic buildings in the city and elsewhere have suffered compromising modification, which were eventually corrected or resolved according to the acting building code. So, thank you very much for listening to these arguments. I would still like to make a final statement, which is not related to the building in itself, but to the situation of the University of Miami. The University of Miami believes and very intensively advocates its role as a leader against climate change, sustainability. The University of Miami has created an important center, the Institute for Resiliency Institute, which is supposed to lead the campus and lead the community into developing new forms of way of life. And certainly, as you all know, destruction, reconstruction is one of the industrial process that is the most consuming of the resources of the earth and rejecting every elements as well in terms of climate change. So I wanted to say that eventually for the university to embark at the 100 years of the history with a process to demolish an entire generation of buildings, some of the buildings that were the most responsive to the climate and are capable of responding even today, is somewhat, I would say, hypocritical and certainly extremely controversial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have, okay, Ms. Bolton, do you have any other person? Is Mr. Gillis going to speak? Is he here, or is he going to speak on Zoom?
It's on Zoom.
Mr. Gillis, were you going to add anything? Please have the camera on.
Yes, do you see me?
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I did have a few points now, but if I could come back after the presentation, I did have some additional comments related to the report, but it has not been presented yet, so I could come back to that. I did want to thank Docomomo and Ms. Bolton for inspiring me on this. It's been a joy collaborating with you all and to hopefully be able to save this building. I think to date, the community has had a relatively collaborative approach with the university in terms of preserving their history, and I'm disheartened to see that it has kind of become this type of process. I can't really add much at this point to what Professor Lejeune presented. Thank you for that presentation. I did just want to point out to make sure that the board received the letter from Professor Leonard and from the Miami Design Preservation League,
Yeah.
because those are very important. I think they add a lot to this application, and also hear from Professor Leonard about his experience internationally and how this building reflects on our, not only our local history, but how it does have importance beyond here. Even though we are only seeking local designation, it's important to see it, you know, that has been recognized by some other people. And there are some images that were included. I did want to present those. If CGTV could please put those up, they were included in the application. If you could put them up one by one, just so I just wanted to make sure that the board had seen them and reviewed them. They're the other buildings that have been designated in Coral Gables that were designed by Robert Little.
So all the materials were included in the package. There were some images of 4 properties as part of the submittal. CGTV, if you're able to put on the 4 images, it's in the folder. Oh, there we go.
Okay, yes.
That's not the dormitory.
So that would be 920. These are the properties in Coral Gables that are currently designated that were designed by Robert Little. So this is 922 Castile. This is the small commercial building at 247 Malaga Avenue that was designated a few years ago. This is on the University of Miami campus, the Volpe building at the Frost School of Music at 5489 Santa Mauro Drive. And this one was just designated recently, a few months ago, 3519 Toledo Street. So I just wanted to point these out to give you an idea that we do have a quaint collection of properties designed by Robert Little and Coral Gables, but when you look at the images on the designation report, this really is an outstanding and very prominent building that he designed, not only to the university, but also for the city of Coral Gables to consider as part of his collection of properties that he's designed. It's really a gem, something we should treasure and cherish. So thanks again, and I'll speak to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Ms. Bolton, is there any other, do you have anything else that you would like to present at this time? Okay, all right. We have another presentation. Hi. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jeffrey Bass is my name. 1515 Sunset Drive is my address.
Please speak closer to the microphone. Thank you.
1515 Sunset Drive is my address within the city of Coral Gables. It's my great pleasure to represent the University of Miami today, the property owner, the owner of the building that is the subject of this hearing. And it is the owner who will be most directly impacted by the decision that this board makes. So let me begin where I will end, and then we'll work backwards on how we're going to get there. We most politely ask that you deny the appeal and correspondingly affirm the decision rendered by your independent and professional staff that Eaton does not objectively satisfy the standard for designation contained within the City of Coral Gables Code. Our presentation will demonstrate why the denial of the appeal is both necessary and justified under the controlling standard and based on the facts, many of which were omitted by the presentation. Before I get in, I want to emphasize we come in peace, okay? We come in peace. We admire the passion of the preservation community. We admire what they do, and we are grateful for your service as well. But the decision that you're making today, as your city attorney indicated, is a bit unusual. Because unlike those buildings where the property owner comes and asks to be designated, this is a process seeking to designate our property involuntarily over our objection in a way that fundamentally and palpably impacts our property rights. So it is different in terms of the posture and the alignment before you. We have an extensive team here today. I'd like to just take a few moments for introductions. Some are here in chambers, some are on Zoom. But when you listen to the credentials of the team that we've assembled for this, please understand how seriously we take this. But even more so, please understand how seriously we take preservation as a university. I stood before this board to designate Volpe voluntarily. I did, because it was the right thing to do. I stood before this board to designate the Marion Manley buildings, which are now housing the School of Architecture. We did that because it was the right thing to do. And what I'm here to tell you today, designating Eaton is not the right thing to do. And we're going to explain to you
Mr.
why.
Bass, would you please, before you continue, state the reasons why the university is objecting?
Sure. As I said, we do not believe that Eaton satisfies the standard for designation. We endorse the decision that was rendered by your staff that's so determined, and we fundamentally disagree with the appellant's arguments that it does. And so we're here to present sort of the other side of the story as the property owner. And Professor Hernandez, who I'm about to introduce, will walk you through the countervailing assessment of the standards when examined through the facts that were offered by my friend Jean-Francois Lejeune. So I'm joined by George Hernandez today, professor of architecture at the University of Miami, a licensed Florida architect, a former chairman and member of this board, director of the Historic Preservation Certificate Program at the University of Miami, and a former trustee of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. His complete resume is filed of the record. We're also joined on Zoom by Dr. Lori Osman. Dr. Osman is the co-founder of History and Conservation Associates, LLC. She is a graduate of Brown University, earned a master's degree in architectural history from the School of Architecture at the University of Virginia, and a PhD in architectural history from the University of Virginia. She served as the deputy director of the Vizcaya Museum and Gardens, during which time she lived in Coral Gables. She served as a chief curator at the Henry Morrison Flagler Museum in Palm Beach, and curator and restoration project matter at the Ca d'Izan in Sarasota. She served as the director of the Frank Lloyd Wright Pope Leahy House for the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and was on the Trust Advisory Committee for the Mies van der Rohe Farnsworth House. She's the author of several books, as well as numerous articles and pieces on Philip Johnson and the need to preserve the endangered modernist buildings from the Sarasota School. Her complete resume was filed of record. We're further joined by Mr. Mark Rabinowitz, co-founder of History and Conservation Associates. Mark has decades of experience in the assessment and testing of major historic works, both in the United States, Canada, Europe, and the Caribbean. He has worked on structures such as George Washington's Mount Vernon, the Carnegie Library, the Atlantis Space Shuttle, the United States Supreme Court building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Biltmore Estate, and extensive work in Vizcaya, just to name a few. But in Coral Gables, he worked on the restoration of the Venetian Pool, the restoration of the Coral Gables Museum building, the award-winning restoration of the Flagler Monument, and he conducted a series of studies on the streetlights and original gateway entrances to the city as part of the public art assessments. He is a graduate of the Rhode Island School of Design. His resume is in the record. And lastly, Deborah McLean joins us via Zoom. She's an architectural historian with a Master's of Architectural History and a certificate in Historic Preservation from UVA. She began her career as an architectural historian with the historic Tampa-Hillsborough County Preservation Board and continues her career today. For over 20 years, she's practiced in private consulting for the National Register nominations and architectural survey. And I'm also joined by Robert Vail today from the University of Miami, General Counsel's Office, and Ricardo Herrera. So now, with those introductions aside, some basic procedural points. I'd like to make sure that all of the materials that we have submitted are part of the record of this proceeding. They've been timely submitted, they've been uploaded, but just want to make sure that that's clear. Want to make it very clear, Docomomo is not an appellant. They are not a party. This appeal was filed by one person and only one person. There was a reference to Docomomo in the presentation. They are not a party. The time to file the appeal is long since passed. As I said, you have one appellant, Ms. Bolton, before you. I want to emphasize that your professional staff, in the exercise of its independent judgment, examined the building and correctly concluded that it does not satisfy the standard for designation. We are here because a person filed an appeal of that decision, and as said before, it is their burden to overturn it. So let me just take a moment about this. The person who filed the appeal and challenged your staff's determination lives over 3 miles away from Eaton. not a word in the appeal to demonstrate how the appellant is in any way aggrieved by that decision, as the word aggrieved is defined.
No, Ms. Bolton, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, we don't have objections like that in this time. If you want to allow for rebuttal
No,
at a
no,
later time, you can, but I would suggest that you allow Mr. Bass to complete his
Yes, I
presentation.
did. I'm sorry. I believe I tried to say that Mrs. Bolton couldn't object at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Moving
Mr.
right
Bass,
along.
you know, please keep, we
thank
have a
you.
long agenda. Please
Thank you.
move forward quickly.
I'm going to move quickly, but this is an incredibly important, they're all important, but this is incredibly important to the University of Miami and its future. I'm going as fast as I can. I had an extra shot of espresso before I started. If I go too fast, or the court reporter tells me I'm going too fast, I will slow down, but I will move along so we can get, I have learned that boards like this really don't like hearing from attorneys. I knew that going in, but so let me just do the housekeeping, and then I'll turn it over to the architects and the historians. But I do need to preserve for the record that Ms. Bolton has not demonstrated that this application, this appeal, injures a property right protected by her in any way. And that's why we filed the motion to dismiss, to preserve for the record that we believe Ms. Bolton lacks standing as an aggrieved party and lacks standing to file an appeal. I want to make some very basic substantive points. So basic that they're easily overlooked. The university possesses an acute need for the land occupied by Eaton. It needs to build a new, modern, suitable, comfortable housing stock on campus, befitting of a university of this caliber, which we are quite proud to say is now, at long last, an elite member of the prestigious Association of American Universities, known as the AAU. That is news. That is news we should all be happy about. But with that news comes a tremendous responsibility to be able to recruit and retain students on campus. We are here because this appeal threatens in a very real way our ability to serve the university's mission and build more housing stock on campus so that we could house residents on campus. When we house residents on campus, everybody wins. For the better part of 15 years, I've been before this city representing the university as it has developed this extraordinary campus. And by shifting from a commuter school as it was to a campus-based school as it is, we've managed to accomplish what seems to be the impossible, adding buildings but reducing traffic at the same time. And the way that we were able to do that is by moving our students onto our campus so that they could live there. This appeal palpably affects how we use our lands and how we use our students. But it doesn't affect, in any real way, the rights of Ms. Bolton. She lives over 3 miles away. Eaton is located in the campus core. It is not observable from any of the adjacent streets. It is an interior building of the university's campus. And I understand that there's great sentimentality attached to it, but that sentimentality does not prime the university's property right, as determined by your independent staff, to be able to redevelop this building because it does not satisfy the standard for designation. And before I introduce the rest of our team, I need to make this point really from the bottom of my heart. Our team is comprised of devout preservationists, okay? These are people who've committed their lives to the pursuit of preservation, well over 100 years collective experience. These are professionals who have practiced preservation within the highest traditions of excellence in this country and in the world. For the discipline of preservation to retain its integrity, it must never be weaponized. It must always interpret an honest history. We do violence to the discipline of historic preservation when it's misused or when it teaches a false narrative. We must never let that happen. And we must deny this appeal to ensure that it does not happen. The evidence that we're going to present will show that Eaton does not satisfy the standard within the code. The evidence will show that Eaton was neither pivotal nor revolutionary by any metric. The evidence will show that Eaton is not a Bauhaus building, and that's not even a close call. To invoke Bauhaus to designate Eaton is to fly a false flag, and we must not let that happen, not in a proceeding like this where it's all about landing on the truth. Before I move on and introduce Mr. Hernandez, I do want to say that the report contains a lot of information in it, the report that the appellant has filed. But what it lacks is a logical, fact-based chain of underlying reasoning that takes those facts and connects them to the governing criteria. What we are going to do, standard by standard, through Mr. Hernandez's testimony and that of our team, is show you that when you hold the standard up and you refract the facts through it, your staff reached the correct decision. We ask that you affirm it. We ask that you deny the appeal, and I'll ask George Hernandez to present to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Hernandez, we have already, the appellate has 30 minutes. You've already expended 30 minutes. I want this to be brief and to the point, please.
Okay, may I have the easel, please? Yes, so in an effort to cover the brevity, to make sure that we make the record straight, which we need to do legally, I will try to compress as much as possible.
I'm going to call you at 15 minutes, so if you don't mind.
So there are a number of errors of facts in the report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maxwell, I missed what you said. What was the?
Have 15 minutes to do this.
So I don't know that we establish time limits ahead of time. If the board as a whole wants to allow for that time, they should. I believe the applicant has a right to make their full presentation. I don't know that there were time limits established ahead of time, Mr. Maxwell. I understand the desire to get things going and moving quickly, and I think Mr. Bass has acknowledged that, but to the extent that we did not set time limits ahead of time,
We
I think
haven't. I've simply asked Mr. Hernandez to keep it short and to try to do it at 15 minutes. I mean, that will mean that we've got
I
a
would like to
45
hear
minute
the full
presentation.
presentation.
Yeah, we've seen
I
most
need
of
to
the
hear the full
information already,
presentation.
so thank you.
Thank you. There are some errors of facts in the report that we'll cover. This is important for reasons you just heard in terms of how critical this is for the university. I will just touch upon some of them and then a little later maybe dwell some more. Because the appealing report did not go point by point, we have to cull out of a narrative summary some of these. So I'm just going to state them as facts that kind of guide our argument. First, this is not the first modern campus in Florida. Frank Lloyd Wright did a modern campus in Florida in the 1930s in Lakeland. That's the first modern campus in Florida. That's a very well-known fact. You can get brochures about that if you travel up and down the parkway in the middle of the state and go to the bathroom and get a brochure. That's not obscure. That is not an obscure fact. 8 of the buildings were built, all of them were designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. 8 of the buildings were built before he passed away. And all of those 8 were built before Eaton was built. Okay. Eaton is, compared to other local architects, not really a master builder. The definition of a builder is a person who creates a kind of legacy, either a school or followers or a school of thought, etc. Paul Rudolph is a master builder. Our Sarasota school predates Eaton. Alfred Barney Parker is a master builder here from Miami. Morris Lapidus is a master builder here from Miami. And Igor Polovitsky is a master builder here from Miami. All of these individuals have had critical acclaim in journals and articles, critical magazines and popular magazines. Compared to the architect of Eaton, that's not the case. The comparison is not the same. Okay. Professor Lejeune did in fact mention this notion of discarding great European architects. The fact of the matter is, before Eaton was built and designed, before Little worked at the University of Miami, there were two of the people that founded the Bauhaus that came to the United States. Gropius, who built the Graduate Student Center in Harvard in the 40s, and Marcel Breuer, who built the building actually at Vassar College, Noyes House. He then built IBM up the road as well, okay, that Ilario Candela did a project on, and I was the draftsman for the project, okay. There is, the way that modernism is presented in the appeal seems to be very granular because, as he stated, which is true, and I am a believer in the local, this is a local designation. Now, since the 1966 Preservation Act, the fact of the matter is that you can be a national landmark or you can be on the National Register and have local significance. When we designated Ilario Candela's Marine Stadium, the state just allowed local significance, much to my dismay. So local significance doesn't mean you cancel the rest that was other than local. Local significance goes to the level of national. And those other masters of Florida, I think, can be called master architects. The case is not yet true. Maybe somebody needs to do some research and write a book on Little. There's a reference to the 2 generations lost. I just need to say that when the Marion Manley buildings were designated, and Donna, I think you were the head of the board at the time. I'm not sure. You were the head of the department.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. The people that were here in the hall arguing for them were Carrie Penabad. She had just finished her book on Marion Manley with Catherine Lynn, Arva Moore Parks, and myself. And that's the first set of buildings the University of Miami designated. It was important because it was a woman architect. It was important because it was the largest set of buildings built under HUD, because the university had the potential of folding, and if it folded, that meant that that project was designed to also be affordable housing, something that we're still in need of, apparently. So it was supposed to be married student housing, and it was the first generation of that. That was the first modern building. Those were the first modern buildings in the University of Miami campus. For those who were in the hall, the methodology to save them, because if you remember, I've lived here very long, they went across US 1. They went east of US 1. So the methodology to save them actually was that they were generally replicable and that we only had to save one of each archetype to clear land for the university's growth and usage. And we made a plug for the fact that who would better care for them than a school of architecture. Okay. So those are just a couple of the issues that I think I want to put up in terms of some of the irregularities I saw in the report. The most other important one, quite frankly, is this notion of losing 2 generations of building. We have 12 Robert Little buildings on the campus. We have 12 of them. That's 10% of the campus's building. This is but one, and I will get to the issue of climatic design and adaptability of climate issues in Florida in just a second. Let me start going through the standards. You don't have I'm going to flip, so it's better if I have a hand mic. I mean, my mouth is big enough. I can probably get picked up by the
We can get one for you, just one moment.
Okay, thank you. Wow, this is an inversion of pay scale. Okay, so the first of these points.
CGTV, if somebody can please bring us a portable microphone that has battery charge, please.
I can work from here, so we move this along. So no, it's okay. I don't need to touch the paper. Thank you. So the first point is the cultural significance, and the first one obviously is in association with a life or accomplishment of a major historic person. That is not met in that sense because there's no association between Eaton and Pearson's life or Pearson's accomplishments. It was named after him as a kind of honorary gesture and a commemorative gesture. He'd recently passed, but there's no association with an important person, whether it's Mr. Eaton or any other important person in that building. So it doesn't meet that standard. Is it the site of a significant historic event, community, city, state, and national? That is not met. Were there historic events happening around town when Eaton were designed? Yes, but the wave of returning GIs was not uniquely particular to South Florida. This was happening all over the nation. Eaton had no causal issue. There's no association between the design and that phenomena. And by the way, in these 2 points, we agree with the appellant's report. Does the association in a significant way talk about a major event, whether that's cultural, economic, military, or political? Again, that's not met. Those forces and changes that were going on anyway. The thing that you keep seeing in these standards is significant, distinctive. If it's a generic event, for example, the return of the GIs or the end of World War II, unless there is some very close coupling, then that's not associative in a significant way. That's in fact, there's a bulletin to this effect. That's in fact how you point out exceptionality, when buildings become exceptional or historic within the 50-year mark. Like Central High, for example, in Little Rock, which did, because it got designated within the 50-year mark from integration or from the break of segregation. Does it exemplify historical, cultural, economic, and social trends of the community? This is important because everything in a ranch, the ubiquitous ranch house, can do this, can exemplify historical, cultural, economic, or social trends in the community, right? A building is a backdrop to life. And if there isn't a more causal and straight link between an event in the community and a building, then this doesn't apply, right? You cannot have every ranch house designated in the city. Okay, so it's not causal to the design. Nothing in the design triggers that. In fact, Professor Lejeune talked about what it triggers, and we'll do that too. Yeah, not that. Is it associated in a significant way with a past or continuous institution that has contributed substantially to the city? Well, obviously, it's hard to argue that University of Miami, that Eaton is not in the University of Miami. Both the institution and the city are 100 years, both the same founders, and they're inextricably linked. It's the same issue. Again, there's nothing in the design proper that has agency or talks about that link. They're just temporally associated. There's an overlap. There's a temporal overlap, okay? If anything, quite frankly, the move towards modernism on campus predates the general culture of the city, which even to this date, I think holds its Mediterranean origins in the highest of aesthetic esteem. So it was, in that sense, it was contrary to the general culture, the general prevailing culture of the city. So it doesn't meet it. Not satisfied. Yes, not satisfied. Let me go to architectural significance. Does it portray the environment in an area of history categorized by one or two architectural styles? It doesn't if you think about the architectural styles of the campus. We all know that the campus was designed in a Mediterranean revival style by George Marek, Fink, and Paste, and many others, not just Little, but even DeGarmo and so on were involved. The issues of the Bauhaus were antithetical to the design of the campus. In fact, they were at odds with one another. John Itten would not allow the teaching of history at the Bauhaus. So we have a Bauhaus that's really like an action and the absolute counter-reaction. And the campus itself is not a monoculture of building, nor is it a monoculture of planning. It just happened organically. Now, the point that's interesting is that Clarence Stein, who is a proponent of planning, is quoted as having endorsed this notion of zoning rather than planning, because planning involves design, and buildings during Merrick's time and certainly previous were used to shape spaces. So landscapes and buildings shape campuses throughout the United States. Zoning was more connected to functional zoning, which we now don't agree with. And Little's work is kind of teeter-tottering between those two, but there's no tight connection. It's very difficult. It's not like the University of Virginia, for example, right? Where there's a very clear design. And most people try to either through materials or contextuality or scale fit it, okay? So it doesn't apply. It's not satisfying. Embodies distinctive characteristics of a style or period of construction or a method. So it does embody a method of construction, which is the most ubiquitous method of construction around, right? Oh, thank you. Hello, is this on? Yeah, I'll get on this side. Because of the great lime deposits, of course, everything is, other than the pioneer structure, everything's built of cast concrete or concrete block, right? So it doesn't do that. The argument that is put up in the appellant's report is basically, and we heard it, I didn't count how many times the word Bauhaus was said, but it too is not local. And the issue is the Bauhaus is not a style. It doesn't pretend to be a style. It was a philosophy of designing, and it was a school of thought. It was brought forth by a manifesto by Gropius, the same Gropius that then came here and designed the Harvard dorm, graduate dorm, right? There is no established formal trait in that manifesto. It doesn't say, unlike Corbusier's 5 points of architecture, it doesn't say ribbon windows and pilotis and the free plan. It doesn't say that. What it says, it was a belief in architecture, and the architecture had to be integrated with the fine arts of painting and sculpture, and it had to exhibit essentially extraordinary craftsmanship. That's basically what it says. Okay? It doesn't go into a formal analysis of what elements fit in that ideology, because it was a reaction to World War I. And the reason Hitler went and hit the school is that it was left-leaning, right? So that was political, but it's not a formalist doctrine. As you saw in the buildings that are being designated today, or are being asked to be designated, Little worked in a preponderance of styles. He was trained at the T-Square in Philadelphia. He is an eclectic architect. It was in his DNA to be very facile and formally oriented. So when he got to the University of Miami, and he worked a long period of time in other styles, he did Española Way on the beach. By the time he got to the University of Miami, you know, the modus operandi, primarily due to Marion Manley, was in the modern idiom. So it was easy for him to do that, and there was facility to do that. But it is not related to the ideology of the Bauhaus. And the generations between that and this are many. It does not meet the requirement. Yes, all right. I want to go point by point because we have to talk to all of them by the way the law is written. So, is it an outstanding work of a prominent builder designer? We covered this earlier. By judging by his cohorts, he was not prominent. He was a very capable designer. He was not a prominent designer. Are elements of design, details, materials, or craftsmanship of outstanding quality that represent, sorry about the flip, significant individual or adaptation to the southern environment, to the South Florida environment. This, I'm going to need to dwell on this for a second, okay? Eaton is not designed for environmental sensitivity. It is not. I'm not going to draw. Let me describe it to you. It's shaped like a letter H in plan, and the two legs of the H are slightly skewed. That form is rotated 45 degrees. So the long legs of Eaton, where the rooms primarily are facing northeast and southwest. Environmental design in architecture, sustainable environmental design, through siting, through landscaping, through configurations of spaces, through heights of buildings, through details and other elements, modify the climate to make it comfortable for human inhabitation. This was very popular. I know I was in school at the tail end of this. Okay, Architecture Without Architects, for example, was an important book to that fact. So Eden is rotated. Half of the rooms face the worst possible exposure, southwestern exposure, and half of the rooms face a better exposure, northeastern exposure. The most ideal exposure is southeast. That's where the prevailing winds are and have always been, thanks to the Gulf Stream. The smallest surface area of the building faces southeast. The radiant heat, we've already talked about the double-loaded corridor. So you cannot have a breeze coming through the building. The Marion Manley buildings haven't been discussed climatically, but they're point-loaded. So everybody gets breezes through and everybody gets light through. That's a climatically responsive designed building. This building is not. Furthermore, because the building is rotated and half the rooms get the worst exposure, there would need to be, if it truly is an example, an adaptation to South Florida environment or an innovation, the brise soleil could not have the same extension on the southwest as it does on the northeast. The sun angles are different, the radiant exposure is different. There's no difference. It's a stylistic, formal cue that the building is responsive to the climate. Climatic adaptation is not stylistic or qualitative, it is quantitative. You can measure the hours of sun on 50% of those rooms. You can measure the heat. It does not meet that standard. I was going to draw there, but I didn't need to. And maybe there too. I'll be done soon. And the last category is aesthetic significance. Is the site part and related to a subdivision or a park or an environmental feature or other distinctive area developed or preserved according to a plan based on an historic, cultural, architectural motif? This is not met. As I said earlier, the plan that would have a significant cultural motif was the Bauhaus plan by Merrick. The plan based on zoning isn't about that, okay? It doesn't have distinctive facial, spatial sort of recognition or identity, okay? It worked, actually, that the buildings were Corbusian or were placed as freestanding objects in a landscape, or as it was in the 70s, freestanding objects on asphalted parking lots between them, because Bosie is the one that replanted the campus, Bosie and Tadfoot. Is the prominence of spatial location, contrast of siting, scale, age, easily identifiable visual feature? It's not. It's not. We've already heard this is in the middle core of the campus. And in this case, that protects the neighboring homeowners. I believe that's the last one. Let me see. Yes, it is. There is an issue of archaeology, but there's no likeliness of archaeology here. So just in summary, I think that there are some errors of facts that are significant and serious. I do not believe that, I believe that every one of these requirements, these criterion have been met. I ask that you consider that Eaton not be designated. Do not accept the appellant report. The appellant report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know where to put this.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Bass? Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Excuse me. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak for or against this application at this time? Please come forward.
Mr.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. We've got Mr. Gillis to come back.
I think there was a request for rebuttal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. We need Mr. Gillis can come back. Okay. Would you like to bring him up? And we can do that. And then Ms. Bolton, you had a question while we're getting Mr. Gillis up. Would you like to come and give your rebuttal, please?
Yes, excuse me. I really resented the fact that I have, that Mr. I'm sorry, your name? Mr. Bass said that I had no standing in this. As many of you know, I came into Coral Gables as a newborn baby, spent most of my life here, have been to the University of Miami campus since I was a child. So I just really object to that. And I also want to bring to your attention the fact that Eaton was the first residential hall for women at a time when very few women received college degrees, and that dormitory was a place to make them feel welcome, to make their parents feel comfortable sending them there, that it was a safe place. And yes, I really think that Eaton should be designated historic. And Mr. Lejeune is going to continue on, and Brett Gillis with some more arguments. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Lejeune.
Very short, because I don't. You guys must deliberate. Two important things. First of all, the reference to the staff, the appeal to the staff decision. I don't know exactly how the city of Coral Gables is working, and I don't have all the details, but I found it, I mean, I would like to say that the fact, for example, that the Pearson Mahoney College were declared non-historic without even going in front of this board is putting really into question the importance of historic preservation in the city. I mean, eventually a building as large as that complex should have been presented. We would have presented it if we had had 2 days more. The reason that Bonnie eventually was obliged to actually introduce this appeal is that as a Docomomo, an international association with dozens of members, 39 chapters, declared by the mayor of Coral Gables as an important moment when they came on campus, we have no way to appeal because we do not live in Coral Gables. Thus the importance and the wonderful offer, but eventually we actually had to pay for the appeal. We did as a Docomomo, because this is not something that a private citizen should have to do. That's a very important element that I wanted to emphasize. Professor Hernandez, my colleague Hernandez, is kind of sad to be on different sides, because we are both extremely involved in historic preservation. I have been historically preservation involved in the 1980s, in the late 70s, in the 90s, 80s in Brussels, where I was part of the commission, of the Citizen Commission, reviewing historic preservation issue at a moment where in Europe, still in Europe, a lot of preservation was actually denied. I'm a PhD. You know my production. I gave you the CV as well. I have absolutely all the credential to actually evaluate what this building is about. Third point, we've made a reference, Professor Hernandez has made a lot of reference to the sort of exceptionality, to the fact that the buildings by Robert Little were not published, or at least not this one. Well, I can say something very important to Jorge. The Marine Stadium of which you have been one of the major assets in trying to restore the building, and it's still not there, the Marine Stadium was never written about in the press. I actually was the first one to actually write an essay about the Marine Stadium in an important book published by Professor Schulman, and also to an. So there is no record of the Marine Stadium in the press, and it was still declared. Well, as far as I know, well, yes, but that is a guidebook,
Okay.
but literally understanding the importance of it. What I want to say is that we were to look for exceptionality in all the process of preservation. There would be very little preservation in a city like Miami, Coral Gables, and Miami Beach. We are in the place we are. We're not in New York here. We're not in New York, we're not in Rome, we're not in Paris. It's a very, very different context. And I think the city of Coral Gables should be proud to have that variety of architecture on its soil. In fact, eclectic architect for me is a huge quality. I think the quality of Robert Little, like the quality of many other architects in Miami, has been the capacity of working beautifully in different styles. And I would say, Jorge, you're one of them as well. You have been able to do that in your case. I think, so pretty much, well, yes, then the last point is about the university. Obviously, it's clear that a process of appealing a decision by the university to hopefully get rid of this college is creating a problem at the university. That's exactly why we're doing it. The university is no anything special than anybody else. Any process of historic preservation may also have an impact on the institution in this case, or the honor in another case. And we are, of course, worried perhaps by this, but I think the university could also take this case to actually show that they can do something, which is to actually restore and transform this building, which is unique on campus, to transform into an example that the university is taking seriously the concept of preservation and seriously the concept of being a model for sustainable design and sustainable activity on campus. Thank you very much for me.
Thank you, Mr. Lejeune. All right, Mr. Gillis wanted to come back. Do we have Mr. Gillis on the screen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Mr. Gillis?
Thank you. Yes, so I'm here. In my head, I'm hearing that old R&B song, Can We Talk? So as a former board member, can we talk? Let me talk. I think that we've been very reasonable with this application. Pearson and Mahoney, we know that they're toast. They're being demolished next year. The other towers have been demolished. Let's be very clear, make no mistake. If you allow this building to be demolished, this will be the last of that generation of building. This was the first of the large dormitories that was built on campus, and it led the way, paved the way for the other ones. It was, as Miss Bolton mentioned, the first one that was able to house single female that attended university. So when we look at the criteria, remember, it only needs to meet one of the criteria. So even if they take out, one criteria or two of them, it's still, you have to be able to show that all of them have not been met. We've clearly demonstrated that they have. I believe the university's team has tried to twist some of the criteria. They're listed on pages 16 and 17 of the designation report. For instance, with the architectural significance criterion about it is an outstanding work of a prominent designer or builder. It doesn't need to necessarily be a master architect. We do believe that Robert Little was a master architect, going back to his time in the 30s of synthesizing the style now called Mediterranean transitional, which you've designated buildings of that recently. That's largely attributed to him. His work in Coral Gables helped pave the way for the few modern buildings that we have. So when we look at it from a local standpoint, whether you want to call him prominent or a master, I think either would be fine, but the code does not mention master. It mentions prominent. So we've clearly met that criterion as well as the other ones. We need to save the tangible touchstones that show the sense of place over time. As a certified local government, we review that, as former board members, current board members, as part of the public's trust with this historic preservation board, that you're going to save the sense of place over time for Coral Gables so that future generations, 20, 50, 100 years from now, can get a view of what was happening throughout the city at different periods of time. So that the university's team has identified no other buildings that would tell this story. As you know, in Coral Gables, there are not many other modern buildings of this significance. So that's something that needs to be considered very carefully here. In the paper that they submitted, also, there are some mentions about the alterations. These alterations are largely for, public safety purposes, ADA purposes, security. They are not irreversible. They do not irreversibly impact the character defining features of the style. When the architectural style was listed as Bauhaus, that was in reference to the fact that it's inspired by that this is an international style building that does have some of those features. You can see the picture of the Bauhaus school in the designation report. I don't think anybody, any competent person looking at that would say that the international style does not stem off of the Bauhaus. That documentation and history is well known. And that basically, by calling it Bauhaus inspired, it's similar to the Mediterranean buildings, where some of them are much more Italian than they are Spanish. Some are much more leaning Moorish than they are. But lumped together, we use the word Mediterranean style. So, some people might say Old Spanish or this one leans Italian, but in the end, they're ultimately called Mediterranean style. So we can't get caught up on some of the monikers that are given to different architectural styles. These things change over time. I remember, for many, as a kid, I heard the Old Spanish. Everybody used that term. Now we recognize, of course, it's Mediterranean because of the different aspects that went into the development of that style. Finally, I, just did want to point out one of the most important points again, just that I think that the preservation community has been very reasonable. This would be the last opportunity to save one of the large dormitories on campus. So I would ask for your favorable consideration, and thank you again for your service to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Okay. All right, do we have anybody else in the presentation? If not, we'll open it up to the audience to speak. If you would like to speak for this project or against it, please come up to the podium and
I do want to recognize, because we did, I think as briefly mentioned, but we did receive public comment in advance of the meeting. So I do want to recognize a letter of support for the designation was submitted by the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables and by the Miami Design Preservation League.
thank you. No one in the audience wishes to speak? All right, then we're going to close the public hearing and we're going to take it back to the board here. Okay? Mr. Sylvan.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if we could just verify that there's nobody on Zoom waiting to speak as well.
I'm sorry?
We just want to verify that there's nobody on Zoom who wants to speak. Last chance for a public comment. If not, Mr. Chair, the public comment remains closed. Nobody.
There's nobody on Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvan.
Sure. Just before we begin deliberations, I've got two questions. One, I guess both for staff, really. Number one, regarding, we had a letter on standing, right? And I assume that, I didn't see a response to that, but I assume that if we are hearing this, it was determined in some way that the appellant had standing. From my reading of the zoning code, and I do want to clarify this, right? Section 8107, paragraph G, allows for any citizen to appeal, right? Standing is not addressed, and neither is distance or anything. I just want to confirm that.
8107G is the standard that's applied to this process, and it does say citizen, and citizen is defined in the zoning code as a resident of the city of Coral Gables.
Thanks. And my second question was, I know that there exists a kind of a comprehensive agreement between the city and the university, right? And that speaks to development square footage and kind of zones in general. I don't believe that it addresses in any way historic significance or preservation. Is that correct?
I'll defer to Ms. Pernis on that, but I'm not aware that it addresses specific buildings and their designation or not.
I am not fully versed on the designation process that is submitted within the development agreement. I know there has been in the past agreements on designating certain buildings on the property, and that has changed over time as the development agreement comes back to commission for different updates. But right now, there's nothing specific. They go through the same process for demolitions that you see in that section of code.
Individual buildings come and there's nothing general in that agreement about preservation.
You might want
You
to,
know, I don't think there's anything in the agreement that I
That's
remember specifically about historic preservation, but I do think that I could be totally wrong on this. I do think that the university did commission historic preservation consultants to look at the campus, and that document exists. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive that happens. If that's the case, it'd be interesting to see what it says about Eaton Hall.
And Mr. Silva has the floor.
Yeah.
Your question's finished?
Mr. Silva, to the extent your question is about process, as Ms. Pernas pointed out, this is the process through which the University of Miami goes. There's not a separate process in the development agreement.
Okay, board members,
I just
Ms.
wanted to
Alvarez.
ask if any of the
please speak into the clearly.
if any of the presenters had brought photos, or I mean, I skimmed through all the attachments as part of the presentation, but I don't see a substantial amount of photos that would help explain what some of the items are being talked about.
Ms. Bolton, please don't speak from the audience. If the chair recognizes you, please come forward to the thing, but if with the chair's recognition to speak.
Yes, Ms.
Yeah.
Bolton, you can answer the question.
Yes, there are pictures in the application. There are photos.
Okay, I'll look again.
About a dozen photos that came from the University of Miami archives.
But no current photos?
Through the chair, I have a question for staff as well.
Mr. Garcia Ponce.
So I have two questions. I had four, but Alex asked two of them. There was during the presentation by Mr. Bass, there was some conversation about hardship and/or acute need of the university. I know that we get a lot of these types of statements, but just want to confirm that in this particular case, there was no hardship as part of this application or anything to do with what we understand as hardship.
no, so the economic hardship process is, would be applied for through a certificate of appropriateness. Today before you is the designation submittal request for the building.
Just for clarity. And then one more question for Ms. Perenas is there was some discussion in the first presentation about local designation as something that is different than national designation and may have different criteria.
The process is different, yes.
So the process is different, but would you say that the underlying requirements of designation are similar?
Yes, the zoning code that we have today is based off the National Park Service, so that we're using the same criteria that would be used as a certified local government and recognized by the State Historic Preservation Office.
Thank you.
And I was told that there are photos within the appellant's materials of the existing condition of the buildings now.
I found them.
Thank you.
Oh, the property owner, apologize.
Okay.
I
Ms.
have
Span?
I have just a statement and then a couple of questions. Mr. Bass, you seem to be concerned that as a property owner, this was coming against your will. That's not a taking. That happens in historic preservation all the time. And so I really take exception to you making an issue about that. That's just my comment. And also for George Hernandez, the Frank Lloyd Wright buildings in Florida, I've never been there. Every time I went to try to get a grant from the state of Florida for the city of Coral Gables, they always got the money. But what style of architecture are those buildings? I know they're modern, but are they the international style? Because Frank Lloyd Wright would not have done that.
They're not. They're
Right.
not, but they are modern. In other words,
They are
there were,
modern.
there were comments that this is the first modern campus.
But I think this was the first campus that had the international style of architecture.
No, IIT is first.
No, I believe that this predates IIT as far as the design goes.
Well, we'll look
And
into
also,
that.
it was published in a national magazine, the University of Miami. It wasn't an architectural magazine. It was something like National Geographic or Life or something like that. The archives at the University of Miami have it. And that predates at least the construction of the IIT buildings in Chicago, I believe.
Right. And did they say that, in other words, it was a popular magazine? So
It was a
they didn't-
popular
Yeah,
magazine.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't think the Frank Lloyd Wright buildings are part of this conversation, only because although they said that there was the modern buildings, they're not this style of architecture.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could just remind you all that we don't take statements from the audience. The chair, the public hearing has been closed. We're welcome to acknowledge people, but we shouldn't have any outbursts from the audience. It's hard for the transcript, and it needs to come through the chair.
And let me just get back to my.
But if you allow me, there was an article on the campus.
I'm sorry, sir. You have to
Please.
wait to be acknowledged by the chair. The public hearing has been closed.
We've
Please
closed the
wait to be
public hearing,
acknowledged.
Mr. Lejeune. I'm sorry. You have to sit down.
All right, I'm having trouble getting past B2, architectural significance, embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction, because I do believe Eaton Hall is an international style of architecture. Not pure Bauhaus, but I believe it is on the international style. I tend to agree with Mr. Hernandez on a lot of his points he was making on the other criteria, but you only need one. And also, C1, where it says by being part or related to a subdivision, park, and an environmental feature or other distinguishing area should be development or preserved according to a plan based on historical, cultural, or architectural motif. There's no doubt that Eaton Hall preserves the original grid of the University of Miami, of that original plan. I believe that is on the, in my opinion, the plan that developed, maybe not the original one by Merrick, but the plan that eventually developed in the University of Miami, I think that is a piece of that grid. So more B2, but C1 has an issue for me also.
All right, thank you, Ms. Spain. Mr. Garcia-Ponce. And then we'll
So-
go over here to this side of the board.
Ms. Spain is leading into one of my questions. I do have a question for the appellant, if I may ask a
Please.
question. So there was, as part of the designation report, there's the 1948 plan. And I'm looking at it now, if anybody wants to see it. There, I can see the Marion Manley buildings, and where the Eaton Hall Residential College is per my understanding of the plan, it is not located on this plan.
Wait.
That's a question for the appellant. If you can come up and let me know if I'm correct and/or if there's any
Yes,
rationale behind it.
that's actually a good question, and it's probably a mistake in ours. There are two important master plans in the archive of the university, more or less the same year, 46, 48. One is the one that you mentioned, with all the Manley building. The other one actually eliminates the Manley building and shows residential colleges that are more akin to the Eaton project. In fact, it's probably Eaton, but strangely enough, that master plan does not include the Manley that were already built. So there's a little bit of confusion. What is not a confusion is that Little was part of the team in the master plan, which has not always been acknowledged. And I wanted to say that Architecture d'aujourd'hui, in 1948, published an essay on the campus of the University of Miami. So that was a very early one. It may have been the reason why Le Corbusier eventually ended up. And I guess if he went to Coral Gables, it's probably because Robert Little brought him here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lejeune. So just for my fellow board members, on page 9 of the report, if you could take a look at the plan, again, it to my eye does not include Eaton Residential College. I don't know if there was a different one, but since we're looking at the information as provided by at this particular meeting, this is the one I'm going to go by. I appreciated both presentations. It reminded me of the old days, so thank you. One of the things I learned on this dais many years ago was the the word significance, which, as reminded, is at the top of all of these criteria. And I find that the Eaton Hall is, to use somebody else's word, the sentimentality that I have for that building and the fact that I like it very, very much, and does portray a lot of elements of really good design. I'm at the point of trying to decide whether it is a significant work, either by the architect or of that style. And that's just to share with my board members.
Thank you. Mr. Silva, would you like to go again, and then we'll just go down all the way to Ms. Swift?
Sure, I actually agree with Caesar. I am struggling with this. I think you both made excellent presentations. My hang up is actually criteria C1, which is the concept of the University of Miami as a district, right? And sort of my question, I'll go closer. Leading into this was, is there a comprehensive historical plan for the university? Because I think if there is not one, then I think that's something that maybe the city and the university could come together and really look at. I understand that there are other little buildings on campus that have been preserved and have been designated, as well as other buildings in general, right? But I think that the city could benefit in general from having kind of cohesive plan, so we're not getting these buildings piecemeal, and we're not making these decisions in a vacuum. We're looking at it holistically as something that makes sense, right? Because I do think that criteria C1 is really the one that's most applicable in this case to me. But I'm still kind of struggling with one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rolando.
I'm interested in knowing the department's rationale, and there's a statement that after research and consideration, you've reached the conclusion it's not, the building can be demolished. And but there doesn't seem to be any discussion of how you reached that conclusion. So I'd like to know how you got there.
I could walk you a little bit through the process and just state that we don't prepare a does not meet designation report.
I know, which is...
but I'll walk you through the process so that you could understand just the overall. So when a letter for historic significance is submitted to staff, the requirements for submittal are a letter of intent, photos of the property, of all sides of the property. We ask if the property owner has any, or the applicant has any materials that would help staff make a consideration. We do a property survey, and then staff receives that application, and we pull all the permit history that we can, any history that we do. So working with, it actually takes 3 of us to work on these applications. So we have Elizabeth Ginn, who pulls research the same way she would for historic significance, and a report. It's reviewed by me, and then letters are then prepared and kind of materials submitted with Evalise to kind of get everything out. Again, when we do that research, we look at the same criteria that's listed in the code to see whether or not it meets those criteria. And again, like Mr. Gillis mentioned, it just has to meet one of them. And I think what you all are speaking of today, and Mr. Silva and Mr. Garcia Pons touched on, is how this is a significant or a distinguishing example of this type of architecture and how it meets those criteria as that, at that level. And I found that it did not meet that criteria with the research that we had available. And so that letter is then posted online with the research materials that we used to make that determination. And there's a 10-day appeal process. So within that appeal process, we received a letter of intent to appeal by Ms. Bolton, and then they're provided a time frame to submit a report, and then provided a time frame so that we could then schedule it before you all to then review the materials. And again, like Ms. Throckmorton mentioned, it is on the appellant's responsibility to make that determination.
And can you identify why you thought it did, the building did not meet the criteria.
Like, I don't have a report that I have, like, that I can sit down and go through for you. A lot of the discussion that came up about the style of the building, the details on the building, we understand that, that the architect is somebody that has worked in Coral Gables and City of Miami for a very long time, but just because there's an architect that's familiar, we don't designate every single one of their buildings. We do know he worked in an eclectic style. We have multiple of those styles designated within our register. Again, we're kind of in this weird place that we're looking at the building as an individual case, because the process here was not to look at it within the campus or the designation of a campus or a designation of a district of a campus. So all of those things were kind of came through my mind as we're going through the process, but I don't have like a specific, like how Mr. Hernandez went through one by one to provide you today.
Okay, and I think too, what's kind of significant for me is the city has been such a huge, the university has been such a huge advocate for certain of its buildings that we had no problem at all designating. And the city brought them to us and was the consummate advocate for preserving those buildings. So I'm like, okay, we have an institution that's been very tied to this city and very much an advocate of preserving its core buildings, and yet we also have the city coming to us and saying, this one is not. And so I'm trying to reconcile those two different approaches. You know, and I think we all have enormous respect for the architecture department at the university because they're so renowned, and they've been such worked so closely with the city during the years. So if they're not advocating for preservation, I pay it on a particular building, I pay attention to that. So I'm trying to reconcile and you know, I will say this building does not compel my devotion. I don't have the sentimentality for it that some folks may have. So I want to say that's not coloring my decision making.
Thank you, Ms. Rolando. Ms. Everett?
I'm not sure. Does this work?
Yeah, you're on.
Good. I understand the sentimental feeling that it was the first storm, and it was the first storm for women in 1954. I want to know how many other dorms between 1954 and have been torn down. I mean, I'm sure that you've been replacing dormitories. Has this ever been an issue? Has it become before the historic board before? Any of the dormitories?
If you've been asked a question, please come up, yes. Sorry, it's just waiting to be acknowledged by the board.
Ms. Ebert, if you could be specific as to who you're asking a question
Yes,
to?
please, for the record, thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes. Through the chair. Please.
So most recently, the towers, Hecht Tower, and I can't remember the name of the other one, were demolished. And I don't know if, are you familiar with the core of the campus?
Mm-hmm.
So they were much later than this period. In fact, I don't think they really would be considered international style at all. They were the wall-to-window ratio vastly preferred walls. There were all sorts of student humor about feeling like they were imprisoned in there.
Thank you.
And I don't think anybody came out with a big outcry against that request for designation. The other one, in terms of dorms taken down I referred to in the presentation the remaining Marion Manley buildings, because as you might or might not remember, they used to go all the way across US 1. I mean, it was unbelievable. There is a picture to that effect in the report. So the problem is that they were, not the problem, the situation is they were replicable. And there were 5 archetypes, and we had lost 1 to time. So there were 4 remaining archetypes that were completely replicable. And it was kind of rubber stamp. It was a time of stress, and an architecture of expediency had to prevail. Otherwise, they could not possibly have accommodated everybody that was coming, right? And so because architecture had 1 of each, it was kind of a Noah's Ark argument. And we also had rotation. So Marion Manley's actually rotated away from the city grid, and Miller Road got blocked. In the Merrick plan, Miller and the grid of the city prevailed, and modern planning was antithetical to traditional planning. So the roads got blocked, the buildings and their grid was rotated, and then all the new buildings were placed floating on this kind of sea of space. But I was one of the 3 people that came here, and believe me, there were a lot of conversations back at the U before we came up of one voice. But we were very happy that that was the first building. They were designed by a woman, first woman registered in Miami-Dade County, and I think they're formidable buildings. I love teaching in them. And they're a point load system, so you get light from both sides and breezes from both sides. So they really do work if they would just let us open the windows. We're on a cooling loop system that's computerized. But the students sometimes open the windows anyway.
Thank you.
Being the mother of 3 children, and I looked at many colleges through those years, and now I have grandchildren and living in college dormitories, and I know how important it is to remain current and really in the way that the children live now. I remember one dorm at Emory that wasn't air conditioned, and dropping off a daughter there in August. It was pretty awful. So I'm very torn on this too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Swift.
I have one question, I guess, for you, sir.
Who do you have the question for, Ms. Swift?
I'm sorry?
Who's the question directed at?
Mr. Fernandez?
Okay.
Yeah. You had mentioned there's 12 other Robert Little buildings on campus. Can you I'm just curious what those are, and...
I have not memorized all of them yet. Some are, there's an issue of attribution with some of them. Some are solely by him, some are by him with Marion Manley, and some are unclear. But the Foray building is one of them. The Merrick building is one of them, because even though Merrick was started during the foundational period, we all know the history. The storm and the crash and the war stopped everything. And Little then was asked to complete it. So that's a very interesting one. And then there are a number, there's one that is designated in the School of Music, and there's another one in the School of Music. So they're peppered around, but we have 12 of them. Yes.
Are any of them designated historic?
2.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I have.
Is that true? Is that 1 or 2? 1. 1 in the School of Music.
That's the Volpe one?
The Volpe one, yeah.
Through the chair, I believe that the law school was also designed by...
It is, but that's the one that, yes, but it's interesting because, in the 40s and 50s, the records weren't really great. But it's hard to know who was the greater voice on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Swift, anything else? Okay. This is an interesting, Ms. Bolton, would you like to make a rebuttal of some kind?
Just want to say that
Mr.
there is a
Lejeune.
clear response to your question about the list of architects in the report. In our report, you can find a list of all the buildings.
Please speak up.
And also the fact that he was nominated as a fellow. He was actually given the Fellow of American Institute of Architects in 1960.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to contemplate this and close this back to the board here. This is a very interesting process here that we're going through. The university's demolished about 90% of the Manley buildings. There's a few left. Ms. Manley, there is no Mediterranean design at all on the university campus, none. None that goes back to the founding, zero. The campus plan has been changed many times. It's, the vast majority of all the buildings are just like most all the other post-war campuses in the United States. They're an international style or they're a regional style. And this particular building is built by or was designed by a very well-known local architect. The significance statement, I believe, has been overstated by a number of the people that have spoken today. What is significant? What is significant in this particular role is what is significant to Coral Gables. What is significant to South Florida and the Miami region? That is the significance. This is not about national significance, and it's not about comparing anything to a Frank Lloyd Wright College. It's not. This particular building is 71 years old. It meets the criteria of our code, okay? It is architecturally distinctive. And I can show you, just like many of the other architects, like myself out here, I can show you Corbusian buildings and other international buildings that are considered World Heritage, and they look very much like this. Particularly if you begin to look at like the stair sets and how the building is set off and how the ribbon windows are. So it's interesting. Marion Manley designed lots of buildings, and the architectural style of the UM is not what Manley envisioned or anybody else. The architectural style of the university was shaped by Mr. Little and Ms. Manley after the war, and that's what it is. So, that's where we are. I mean, the university, has its right to object to this, but the community also has a right to seek its protection of its heritage in many, many different ways. There are many Robert Little buildings, as have been pointed out. We designated one very recently over the objections of the property owner. So, simply by designating something does not mean it can't be demolished. It does not mean it can't be changed. And it does not mean that, it doesn't have significance, outside the United States, outside of anywhere other than our community. So with that, I think I'd like to hear anything else that anybody has, or we can call for a motion.
I do have one question for
Mr. Garcia-Ponce.
for staff, probably the city attorney. The phrasing of a motion is going to be to approve, deny, appeal.
To designate or not designate, it is an appeal, but what is before you today is the designation of the building. So it would be a motion to approve or deny the designation of the building. And as always, I would ask you to be specific under which criteria you are designating, or if you're not designating, you don't need to be as specific.
Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez.
I'd like to ask a question which perhaps is, some may consider not relevant or on target, but given the campus and Alex
Ms.
mentioning...
Alvarez, is it to anybody in particular, the question?
Oh,
or to us?
No, I'm going to ask Professor Hernandez. Alex mentioned, what does the master plan of the campus look like, and the kind of the growth of the campus. Given the size of the campus, and we see other housing projects going up, are there other sites considered? I'm trying to get to the root of kind of, obviously this building has some significance, because if not everyone, we wouldn't be here, right? There's kind of, it gets. Yeah.
Are you asking the question to Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, you're welcome to answer briefly.
Yep.
So I compressed my presentation a little bit and left out the following information. We talked to the head of housing, and I'm working from memory, not from notes. There are no graduate students living on campus. They're about 4,000 beds short. It's almost like a redo of the returning GIs. It's really drastic. There are places, of course, we want to put the students where we've been placing them, around the lake, and away from the academic quad for noise and other reasons. So yes, do I know the future plan? No, I don't. But that plan is vetted at the city, in fact, yearly, right?
And Ms. Alvarez, that's not what's before you today, just to be clear, the future plan of the site, I'm not sure what it is, but that's not what's before you today, just the building, the designation of the building itself.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other conversation from the board? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion, please. Mr. Silva? Mr. Garcia Pons?
I'm going to leave room for somebody else to make a motion because my motion is going to be in the negative. So my motion is to deny the application as historically designated. Do I need reasons to deny it? Because other
To
than
the extent you want to refer to the substantial competent evidence upon which you're making your decision, I would appreciate that for a motion.
and that would be part of the substantial competent evidence as presented today and in the reports provided by both the appellant and the university.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons and a second by Ms. Rolando. Please call the roll.
Wait, say that again?
Motion to deny.
Deny the designation.
Yeah.
Ms. Alvarez?
No.
Ms. Shield?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Bean?
So if I vote yes to this, it means I'm denying the application for designation. Okay.
Correct.
No.
Ms. Everett?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
No.
Motion passes 5-3.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to take an adjournment now for 5 minutes. We've been hearing for 2 hours. I don't know how you guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have, our quorum is returned. We're going to return back to our agenda, please. Okay, we're now at, let me get my glasses on so I can read it. We're at case file LDH 2512, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 513 Navarra Avenue, legally described as Lot 16, Block 15, Coral Gables, Section B, according to Plat Book 5, page 111, Miami-Dade County. Staff, your presentation, please.
I believe we have Elizabeth on Zoom to introduce the item and give her presentation.
This is not an international style building.
I don't know if we have audio playing from the presentation. There should be associated audio. If we can make sure that's working, please.
Interest or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural.
Can we have the volume up,
city,
please?
State or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 513 Navarre Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historic cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment and era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. In Coral Gables, Section B, 513 Navarre Avenue is a 50-foot by 113-foot interior lot between Segovia and Hernando Streets. The property contains a single-family residence and a detached garage. There have been no additions to the home. Coral Gables was originally conceived as a Miami suburb and attracted investors from across the nation during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s. Founder George Merrick drew from the Garden City and City Beautiful movements of the 19th and early 20th century to create his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. Coral Gables is recognized as one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. Coral Gables' developmental history is divided into 3 major historical periods. Built in 1924, 513 Navarre Avenue is amongst the earliest homes in the city, and it exemplifies the building typology upon which Coral Gables was founded. Nationally acclaimed landscape architect Frank Button drew the first comprehensive maps of Coral Gables in 1921 and 22, one of which is on the left of this slide. On November 26, 1921, Merrick opened Coral Gables up for sales, auctioning off 300 lots in Section A. Buoyed by this success, on December 27, 1921, he held his second auction, offering Section B for sale and selling 400 lots. Section B is bounded on 3 sides by the grand thoroughfares of Granada Boulevard to the west, Lejeune Road to the east, and Coral Way to the south, and included an array of Merrick's planned features. Larger lots lined Alhambra Circle, a wide boulevard with a lush center median, and the Greenway drives circling the proposed golf course. Section B was platted with 50-foot lots that could be bought separately or bundled together, offering both affordable and higher-end options. Merrick strove for Coral Gables to be a socially mixed Garden City community, where people of various socioeconomic levels live side by side in quality homes. Modest residents, some of the same construction and detailed to harmonize with the larger homes, were built throughout the city, and they are an important piece of Coral Gables' early history. On April 1922, Merrick extended Alhambra Circle across Lejeune Road as a main business district thoroughfare. In Section B, the median of Alhambra Circle became a bridle path. In August 1922, as part of Merrick's great developmental plan, the plazas along Coral Way, like Balboa Plaza, were completed, and 3 additional plazas in Section B, Granada Plaza, Alcazar Plaza, and Castile Plaza, were underway. In early 1923, the much-anticipated Coral Gables Golf Course and Country Club opened. The clubhouse was the community's first public building and became the hub of social activities. All of these amenities and its proximity to the new business district were touted repeatedly in early marketing and defined this area of the city. As a result, Section B developed steadily in the 1920s, and in comparison to other sections, it became a well-developed single-family home area. With the exceptions of the residences along Alhambra Circle and the Greenways, the homes in Section B were predominantly one-story and moderately priced. A driving force in the steady development of Section B was the real estate contractor Nicholas J. Murphy. Buoyed by initial sales, Merrick poured the profits into additional land acquisitions. Lot sales continued at a rapid pace, and Merrick's workforce grew exponentially. However, it soon became clear that there was a shortage of workforce housing. Up to this point, all building was done by Merrick's companies. Now Merrick was faced with a choice: slow the pace of development or find additional avenues to provide both workforce and new resident housing. In late 1923, Nicholas Murphy, a prominent building contractor and real estate broker from Massachusetts, approached Merrick with a proposal to purchase lots and build homes using his own resources. Murphy brought to the table over a decade of experience in both building and selling real estate in Boston's prominent suburbs. Murphy agreed to build several dozen homes in Coral Gables, with the majority affordable to working families. Murphy was to supply the manpower and materials, independent of Merrick's Coral Gables Construction Company. However, to ensure the aesthetic consistency, the architect had to be a member of Merrick's design team. Also, as was common in all of Merrick's later deals, Merrick purchased the lots up front, but Merrick did not transfer the deed until the construction was complete and approved. Murphy purchased 20 lots and immediately began construction. The first homes were completed in April of 1924. Murphy continued to purchase additional lots and build homes, mostly in Section B, and designed by architect H. George Fink. Murphy's progress was well documented by local newspapers and were featured in full-page ads by Merrick's team. By summer 1924, Murphy, evidently pleased with the deal's progress and promise, decided to permanently relocate his family to Coral Gables. He built 513 Navarre Avenue for them. Constructed in the heart of Section B, which he was quickly developing, it is in the same vein as his other modest-sized homes. It remained in the Murphy family until 1941. This historic photo provides street view documentation of the as-built home. The drawings on record appear to be preliminary, as they lack a title block and do not accurately reflect the built home. It is likely that as the owner-builder, the plans were pro forma and Murphy made adjustments during construction. The drawings are not signed, but given that most of Murphy's projects were designed by Fink, and that the permit drawings are consistent with Fink's drafting styles as seen in other permits, the home is attributed to Fink. 513 Navarre Avenue is designed in the Mission Revival style. In the 1920s, this style was used sparsely and seemingly only for modest homes, perhaps offering a distinct look for them. The Mission Revival style was first developed in the 19th century and drew inspiration from the Spanish colonial mission heritage in the Southwest. It is characterized by silhouetted shapes that mimic old Spanish missions, with stucco facades punctuated by recessed windows and door openings, arches without moldings, and sparse ornamentation. The most distinctive feature of the Mission Revival style are their curved or shaped parapets and features evoking bell towers and bell gables. Roofs are commonly flat or low-pitched with clay tiles. In the 19th century, the style never became popular outside the Southwest. However, in the early 20th century, variants of the style were built in new suburbs throughout the country, of which Coral Gables was one. Merrick's initial building campaign relied heavily on Spanish precedents, and the Mission Revival style fit his vision. Listed here and discussed in the designation report are some of the character-defining features of the exterior of the home. The Mission Revival style seeks to evoke Spanish colonial mission heritage of the Southwest. It was characterized by silhouetted shapes that mimic Spanish missions and stucco facades mimicking adobe textures that were punctuated by deep windows and door openings and sparse ornamentation. Thick walls, distinctive curved parapets with belfries, arched openings, and the use of barrel tile are character-defining features. Although a simple version, the home at 513 Navarre Avenue celebrates this style. The home was designed with 2 bedrooms, a covered entry porch, a back porch, as well as a rear sleeping porch. There have been no additions to the home. Primary alterations to the home consist of enclosing porches, window type changes, and removing some of the decorative features. The 1-story home is built of masonry block units above a crawl space and is clad with adobe-inspired textured stucco. A slightly protruding articulated base runs along all facades of the home. Rectangular in plan, the living space is under a flat roof with simple mission-style parapets. In addition to the hallmark curved mission parapet on the front facade, the flat parapet along the entry porch and around the home step down at the center to accommodate a row of cap and pan barrel tile accents. The removal of the barrel tile was recent. In typical Mission Revival style, the window openings are deep without framing and have protruding sills. The original windows were single hung in type with high-profile muttons in the upper sashes. They were changed to awnings in 1962, and the current configuration of horizontal rollers, single hung, and picture windows were installed in 2011 and in 2014. Centered above most of the original fenestration openings are round barrel tile vents, decoratively arranged in a triangle. They were not original to the house, but were installed in the 1940s. In the original design, there were cypress vigas protruding on all facades. Historically, vigas were wooden beams that carried the weight of the roof to the load-bearing exterior walls and were very common on traditional adobe architecture in the American Southwest. The decorative vigas were removed in 1980. Their locations can still be discerned in the stucco by patching. The extant front facade is dominated by 2 character-defining features of Mission Revival style: the curved parapet and the arched openings. The facade has 2 bays, the western living bay and slightly receding original front entry bay. Subtle wing walls at the corners of the facade gently kick and flare out, harkening back to the buttressing at the corners of adobe structure. The large distinctive parapet is the strong identifier of the Mission Revival style. The parapet is meant to evoke the facades of Spanish colonial missions. The colonial parapets often contain belfries. In the Mission Revival style, niches, such as the one on this home, harken back to the original belfries. The metalwork in front of the niche is a recent addition and detracts from this feature. Like the round vents, it was a common Mediterranean Revival style feature found on neighboring 1920s homes, but is not appropriate for the Mission Revival style. Under the niche, the large window opening has a rough-cut stone lintel arranged in a jack-arch fashion. The eastern bay was originally a covered entry porch. The corner porch has a large flared arched opening on each side. The porch was screened in the 1940s. The permit enclosing the front porch or living space has not been located to date. However, it is clear from photographs that occurred in 2015-2016. The porch still retains its original tile floor. Rising near the southwest corner of the west facade is a projecting chimney. It is shouldered along its south side. The shoulder is also reflected above in the transition feature between the chimney stack and the parapet. The chimney is a hallmark feature of the home. Flanking in are small windows. As seen here, the facade retains its original fenestration pattern. Likewise, the east facade also retains its fenestration pattern. At the south end is the arched entry porch opening. The rear bay of this facade was originally a screened sleeping porch. Both original openings on the east and west facade of the sleeping porch were reduced when windows were introduced. However, the original protruding sills were retained, and they mark the opening's initial size. A feature of note on this facade is the distinctive pop-out bay. This center bay has a slightly rounded top and appears to flare out towards the ground in a typical reminiscence of adobe architectural forms. The effect is created by wing walls, as seen in the bottom photo. As documented by the 1924 floor plan, the rear originally comprised of a screened sleeping porch and a screened back porch. Both porches were enclosed, although their functions changed, the original exterior facades were retained. The protruding bay of the sleeping porch was converted to a Florida room. It remained unair-conditioned space until 2004. The back porch was enclosed as a laundry room at an unknown date, and it remains the back entry to the house. At the northwest corner of the lot stands the original single-car garage structure. Historic photos or documentation of the structure have not been located to date, but it is clearly seen in the 1938 aerial photos. Built under a flat roof with parapets, it's clad in stucco whose texture matches the adobe texture of the contemporaneous home. The parapets on the front facade is curved in the Mission Revival style and echoes the flared front porch arches of the home, hence visually tying the house and the garage together. The front vehicular opening is enclosed by carriage doors. Sliding glass doors were added to the east facade at an unknown date. In conclusion, 513 Navarre Avenue exemplifies the Spanish-inspired building archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded, and it is also significant as one of a handful of examples of the adaptation of the Mission Revival style architecture in George Merrick's planned community. Constructed in 1924, it is one of the earliest homes in the city, and it exemplifies Merrick's vision of a modest home in his socially mixed Garden City community. The home was built by Nicholas J. Murphy for his family. Murphy was the first outside contractor in Coral Gables. H. George Fink is the attributed architect. Fink, a member of Merrick's original design team, was largely responsible for implementing Merrick's vision for smaller homes, now known as the Coral Gables Cottage. Hence, the property of 513 Navarre Avenue is part of a collection of quality buildings that serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. It retains its architectural integrity and significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables. Staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 513 Navarre Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
Any other staff present? Oh, that turned up. Can we turn this down? Thank you. Okay. Do we have anybody from the audience who would like to speak on this? Is there any other staff? Okay, great. Anyone in the audience here to speak on this, on behalf of this?
Mr. Maxwell, we do have the presenter, if you don't mind, if we just bring her on for one moment, just so she can verify that this presentation was based on the substantial competent evidence presented in the staff report.
Thank you.
Ms. Gwynn, if you don't mind, if you can please unmute Ms. Gwynn so she can, thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Happy everyone. It's Elizabeth Ewan, Historic Preservation Coordinator for the city, and the previous presentation was a brief summary of the historic designation report prepared by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone here on behalf of this application that would wish to speak to it?
The property owner is here, but I had mentioned to them that they didn't need to speak unless there's something you want to say. And I just want to recognize that we did receive a letter in advance to support the designation by the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables.
All right, thank you. Okay. Are there any questions for the staff or the applicant? By the board? Hearing none? Okay. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this before we close the public hearing? Okay, anyone online? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. We'll come back to the board now, please. Okay, board, questions of any kind? Ms. Rolando?
I move that we approve local historic designation for this property based upon the report submitted by staff.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Rolando and a second by Ms. Everett. Okay. Okay. Good. All right. Please call the roll.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Ms. Everett,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we now have a new designated property. All right, we're going to move on to the special certificates of appropriateness. We have case file COA SP 2025-025, an application for the issuance of special certificate of appropriateness for the Granada Golf Course located at 2001 Granada Boulevard.
Mr. Chair, I believe we skipped an item.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I? Oh, again.
826 Ortega.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
My apologies to the Community Recreation Department. I'm sorry. I wanted to skip the line over here, but
It's a long evening. All right, I apologize. We'll get to you just next. Forgive me. All right. We have case file LDH 2025-010 and COA SP 2025-026. Consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 826 Ortega Avenue, legally described as Lot 5 in the west 25 feet of Lot 6, Block 7, Coral Gables, Granada, section revised. Plat Book 8, page 113, Miami-Dade County, Florida. Applicant is requesting the issuance of an accelerated special certificate of appropriateness and design approval for additions and alterations to the residence and site work. Variances have been requested from Article 2, Section 2-101D, 4 and 5 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code for the front and side setback, Article 13, Section 13-303 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code for enlarging a non-conforming structure, and Article 2, Section 2-101D, 6A of the Coral Gables Zoning Code for the minimum separation between the primary residence and the pool and gazebo. Okay. Do we have a presentation?
Yes. 826 Ortega Avenue is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. A historic significance determination application was submitted by the owner. The single-family home was designed in 1926 by architect H. George Fink. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of a historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria in the code. 826 Ortega Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment and era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. The 800 block of Ortega Avenue is a tree-lined road between Pizarro and Courtois Street in the Coral Gables, Granada section. It is comprised of one-story and moderately sized two-story homes ranging in date from the 1920s to the present day. Built in 1926, the single-family residence at 826 Ortega Avenue was one of the first homes built in the area. The property is a 75-foot by 100-foot interior lot with a single-family home and a detached garage. Coral Gables was originally conceived as a suburb of Miami and attracted investors from across the nation during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s. Founder George Merrick drew from the Garden City and City Beautiful movements of the 19th and the early 20th century to create his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. which is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. The city's developmental history is divided into three major historical periods. During the initial developmental period, architectural design specifically combined elements commonly found in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture. It is now considered the Mediterranean Revival style. The home at 826 Ortega Avenue was designed by H. George Fink, a member of Merrick's design team, in the Mediterranean Revival style. Fink is credited with heavily influencing the Mediterranean aesthetic in the city. The 1921 map on the left shows the layout of Coral Gables when lots first went on sale in November of 1921. Initial sales were in direct vicinity of Merrick's homestead in Section A, circled here in red. Sales were very successful, and the remainder of the land was divided into sections as seen on the map on the right and offered for sale throughout 1922. As sales took off, Merrick looked to expand his land holdings. Records indicate he expended a tremendous amount of effort in extending his holdings north to the Tamiami Trail, in the area highlighted here in purple. Note that he initially only held the lots on either side of Granada Boulevard, as denoted in Section F. By fall 1923, Section F, which is highlighted here in green, was significantly expanded. Merrick renamed the area the Granada section and redirected hundreds of workers to lay streets, sidewalks, and water mains. In the Granada section, Merrick began to develop streetscapes following Garden City precepts, which accommodated housings for a variety of incomes. To demonstrate his vision, Merrick personally commissioned close to 100 homes. H. George Fink was one of the architects he commissioned. In 1926, Christopher Columbus Barclay hired architect H. George Fink to design 826 Ortega Avenue. Barclay, a Virginia builder, was involved in financing and constructing of several apartment buildings in Miami at this time, and was recorded as the owner and builder of this home. Permit 2416 was filed on September 11th. On September 18th, the catastrophic hurricane hit Miami area. It's worth noting that 826 Ortega Avenue was completed by December and was one of the few new homes that still broke ground and continued to completion at this time. 826 Ortega Avenue follows the precedent set by Merrick's team. Designed in the Mediterranean Revival style, the home and detached two-car garage are representative of the properties built throughout Coral Gables in the mid-1920s. Fink designed the two-story home with 3 bedrooms, an elegant front entry porch, a rear screen back porch, a second-story open-air terrace, and a porte cochere. The Barclays occupied the home until 1931, when they returned to Virginia. During their ownership, their daughter Lillian ran a primary school and tutoring center out of the home. Merrick chose to develop Coral Gables as a Mediterranean-inspired city because he felt this type of architecture harmonized best with the South Florida's climate and lifestyle. 826 Ortega Avenue has many character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style, which include but are not limited to those shown here and discussed in the designation report. Of particular note are the porte cochere with the stylized arches and wing walls, the combination of roof types with pitched roofs clad in barrel tile, the textured stucco, and the Juliet balcony. The two-story home is built of masonry block units above a crawl space and is clad in textured stucco. Rectangular in plan, the living space is primarily under a series of pitched roofs. The tile was originally a 2-piece barrel tile. The current S tile was installed in 2024. The windows throughout the home are recessed with protruding sills. Building permits indicate that the original casement windows were changed to jalousies in 1958. In 2003, hurricane impact single-hung windows were installed, and in 2014, some windows were returned to the original casement style. In 1945, the property changed hands, and the new owners hired architect William Shanklin to design 2 additions and to change the front porch. The permit drawings for these have not been located to date. It should be noted that these 1945 alterations occurred early in the history of the home and may be considered historic fabric. The first addition was to the rear of the home. As shown here, it was a one-story L-shaped addition that spanned the back facade. With this addition, the screened back porch was enclosed. The second addition enclosed the second-story open terrace located over the front entry porch. Under a shed roof, the new sunroom had a bank of continuous windows on both facades. These windows do not have protruding sills like the original 1920s window openings. The lack of sills and the distinctly different window proportions and placement clearly defines it as an addition. From historic photos, it is clear that the front porch was also altered during this campaign. The columns were removed and the arched openings squared off. Additionally, the width of the porch was reduced and it was screened in. The outline of the western end arch is discernible in the extant stucco. The porch and the front entry have undergone several subsequent iterations towards its current central entry configuration. The front facade comprises 3 bays. The 2-story eastern bay, originally read as a squat tower under a hipped roof. On the second story, a pair of French doors lead out onto a Juliet metal balcony. The 1945 historic photo provides documentary view of the original wooden balcony with the spindle railings. It was replaced in 1958 with the metal one. Also at this time, the first story window below the balcony originally held 2 pairs of single casement, was changed to a more modern configuration. The adjacent 2-story center bay is slightly shorter in height than the tower bay. It is under a shred front-facing roof with carved rafter tails under its extended eaves. 3 original decorative medallions between the first and second story were removed at an unknown date, post-1963. Disturbances in the stucco mark their placement. The second story of this bay is the 1945 edition that enclosed the original outdoor terrace. The front door is now at the center of the home. The front stoop is covered by a simple shed roof supported by decorative metal railings. The third bay is the porte-cochere. It is under a side-facing shed roof. At the northwest and the southwest corners, matching full-height wing walls gently flare out. There are 4 flat-arched openings on this feature. Rounding out the upper corners of the arches is a scroll feature as seen here. As shown here, apart from the 1945 additions, the side facades remain primarily intact. They retain the variety of roof lines, projecting and receding bays, and fenestration opening arrangement typical of the Mediterranean revival style of Coral Gables homes of the 1920s. The tapered semi-engaged chimney stack with its covered cap and rectangular pod on the east side is a hallmark feature of the home. It is flanked by a pair of arched windows on the first story. These are highly visible street view features. On the second story of the east facade, 2 small windows were reduced in height. On the first story, 2 pairs of French door openings to the side yard were added. These alterations do not detract from the overall integrity of this Mediterranean revival style home. At the rear of the home is the 1-story L-shaped 1945 addition, with the second story of the original 1926 home in the background. Both levels are under hipped roofs. In this 1945 addition, the windows have projecting sills, and they are similar in proportion to the original home. The addition is clad in textured stucco, like the adjacent 1926 home. Hence, it is the form and the placement of this portion of the home that lends itself to recognition as a later addition. At the southwest corner of the property is a detached 2-car garage. The 1-story auxiliary structure is clad in textured stucco similar to the 1926 home. It's under a flat roof with parapets. The parapet on the north street-facing facade decoratively rise at its center. Its placement and styling are typical of the garages accompanying homes built in the 1920s Coral Gables. In conclusion, constructed by owner-builder Christopher Columbus Barclay, the single-family residence at 826 Ortega Avenue was permitted during Coral Gables' first developmental period. Hence, it is one of the earliest homes in the city. Designed by architect H. George Fink in early 1926, it exemplifies founder George Merrick's vision for a Mediterranean-inspired planned city. Fink, a member of Merrick's early design team, was a prominent architect in the city for decades. Merrick and his team felt that Mediterranean-inspired architecture harmonized best with the South Florida's climate and lifestyle. And Fink is largely responsible for the evolution of the Mediterranean revival style in Coral Gables during the city's first developmental period. Nearly a century later, the home at 826 Ortega Avenue stands as a testament to both Fink and Merrick's contributions to the early development of Coral Gables. The property at 826 Ortega Avenue retains its historic integrity and significantly contributes to the historic fabric of Coral Gables. It is part of a collection of quality residences built during the land boom era that contributes to the city's sense of place of time. Staff recommends the approval of the local historic designation of 826 Ortega Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
Thank you.
And we do have Ms. Gwynn if you need to ask her any questions. Obviously, this was like previously based on the staff report.
Anything else from the staff? Okay, good, all right. Is there anybody on Zoom that we need to talk to? Okay,
Mr. Maxwell, just for the record, this is a designation and then a certificate of appropriateness for taking the designation first.
right, okay. All right, do we have questions of staff here by board? Mr. Garcia-Ponce.
So there was a couple of statements of, the questions I have are the changes from the original building. So this is a question for city staff. There was a statement that the front porch, which was originally the tri-arched entry, and the second floor sleeping porch enclosure does not affect the significance of this house. And I find that hard to justify, and I'd like some thoughts as to why those things aren't significant.
It was our estimation that they were done prior to the 1940s. So they were very early alterations. And if you guys remember, the property 446 Navarre had a very early alteration also to a Fink building that built out a second story over the entry as well. So there was precedent for it as well.
And the entry porch?
The entry porch alterations occurred prior to also 1940. The triple arches were removed by the 1940s. And then that campaign they continued altering that already altered area.
So for us, are we to look back at the 1920s or the 1940s? What version of this house are we designating?
Well, you're in the house as it is today. If you think there is significant integrity in the house, which we believe it still retains enough of its integrity to be designated as a Fink designed home, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other board members, questions, discussion? Everybody's tired? You need to go back to your dorm? Anna?
I just do want to note that we did receive a letter of support for the designation by the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables that was distributed in advance of the meeting.
All right, thank you. All right. Is there anyone that would wish to speak on behalf or against this designation? And we're only talking about the historic designation, not the modifications. Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom or online? All right, hearing none, we're going to close the public hearing and come back to the board. Mr. Garcia Ponce.
So my discussion for my fellow board members is per my previous comment with regards to the original home, which we have photographs and the drawings of, and how significantly different the house is today. I understand that we're looking, and this particular part of the presentation is only with regard to the local designation of the property. I think it's been significantly altered, and I know that we often designate buildings as they are, with sometimes the hope on my part that at some future time, those things that were done can be undone to go back to the quote-unquote original or an original state. And I have concerns about this one.
Okay, Mr. Garcia Ponce, you're finished. Ms. Alvarez, do you have a question?
I agree with Caesar. It's hard to evaluate the new transformation of the front, since it's not relating to the original design or even the subsequent changes.
Ms. Spain?
I had the same question. You know, when I was a preservation officer, one time we designated a home, requesting them to change it back. And they agreed,
No.
and they didn't. So it was a can of worms. So, you know, I have that memory in my brain. It's really, I get that it was early, but it's such an alteration.
Yeah. Anything in specific to this particular application?
Well, the columns, the tripartite, the 3 columns there that are gone. I mean, it was fairly symmetrical 3-part design on the architect's part, which is lost. You know, pretty basic to the original design.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go down to Ms. Swift and start with her and come back.
So we're only now speaking about the designation? We're
Correct.
not talking about the plans for the alterations, because that will only come to you if the property is designated as an accelerated SCOA. So that decision needs to be made first, otherwise it's not necessary to come before you today. Or is it in the district? It's in the district, or? No. Yeah. So it will only come up if this first motion is to designate the property.
Right. I mean, that is the distinguishing feature, and that is also what is being replaced. So I really don't have any questions, and I just agree with the other comments made.
All right, thank you. Ms. Everett?
It's not the current owner's fault that this house has been so altered through the years. And it does meet the criteria because it was designed by, it's a Fink house, and I find it just a shame that it's been so altered through the years. It bears little resemblance to the original design, you know, with the arches and the only thing that's left is the porte cochere and the little balcony. It's too bad, but.
All right, well, thank you. Ms. Rolando?
I don't have anything to add. I think they've taken a perfectly, 50, 70 years ago, taken a perfectly lovely house and modernized it. It had such a great rhythm, and it's still got a good floor plan. It's in a lovely location, and it's just kind of sad that it's, in a way, it's kind of like putting lipstick on the pig. So I agree with Marlon that it meets the criteria, but it could be so much better.
All right, thank you. Mr. Silva.
I think it meets the criteria as well. I think we approve alterations all the time. I think that my main issue with this one is the alteration on the front facade, and it substantially changed the massing of the house.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
And the 3 arches below.
Could you use the microphone? I'm so sorry. I'm having trouble hearing. Thank you.
That being said, I think if we designate the home. Am I on?
There you go.
If we designate the home, I think it opens the door to sometime in the future that could be restored, right? Instead of losing it in its entirety. And I still think it retains enough of its original character to designate today. And in addition to that, there is an argument to be made, as was made by staff, that these alterations were pre-1940, which is, pretty original too, right? So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make an observation? So even though this report notes that the applicant submitted a historic significance determination, they did come to us for designation. So the applicant is in favor of this and actually does want it to be designated. The method by which they got there was through a significance determination. So they are wanting this, and we were of the same opinion that there was enough fabric left. We would rather have this on the register than lose it entirely in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Does this one say that it came to us as a significance determination?
Yes.
Okay.
Somewhere, I think it is.
Okay.
On the
Mr.
first
Garcia.
page.
Didn't even know that.
First page.
So, thank you, Board. The comments that I made were specifically for that conversation. Looking forward to this particular, again, only the designation of this house, and this is really for the property owner, is the modifications can be reversed, right? And that would happen at the next step. I agree with the board members that it is a significant building by a significant architect, and it does exemplify many interesting architectural characteristics. So I would be probably in favor of designating, but notwithstanding my previous comments of the importance of the elements that were replaced. So I'm happy to make a motion unless somebody has a further discussion or
Is there
would like to
further
make another
discussion?
motion.
All right, are you ready for a motion?
So on this item, I'd like to make a motion to approve the local historic designation of the property 826 Ortega Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance as evidenced in the city's staff report.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons,
Second?
second by Ms. Everett. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. Shield,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
okay, Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said Mr. Garcia Pons.
She should.
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
Ms. Everett,
Yes.
thank you.
And me, the mover.
Oh, Mr. Garcia Pons.
Yes. 8-0.
All right,
Thank
motion
you.
passes on the designation, okay?
Yeah.
Are we going to have a presentation on the COA?
Yeah, there's a whole report.
If the applicant has the certificate of appropriateness to present, I think we've already read the title into the record.
Thank you. If you can put the PowerPoint presentation up, please. So the application does request design approval for a new covered entry addition, alterations to the residence and site work, including a swimming pool, deck, and screen wall. There have been 4 variances that have been requested as part of the application. I can discuss those now, or I can discuss those later. I'm happy to do either. The Board of Architects did review this application on May 15th. There are some comments that were written in red, you can see as part of the application, that were addressed. I would like to note that we did remove the gazebo from the scope of work because there were no elevation drawings provided for it and as part of your application, and I think that a variance request for something that you all are considering should be seen in context with the historic house, so it will come back to you when it's been designed and proposed. So the variances do not apply to the gazebo in this case, only to the pool and deck. So I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, let them run through their PowerPoint, and then if you have questions about the variances, I'm happy to discuss.
Okay, very good. Have you both been sworn in?
Sorry, can you point us to where the BOE comments are? I didn't, in the application?
Sorry, on the report on page, there's no page number. How bizarre. 1, 2, 3, page 5.
Page 5, okay.
Thank you.
This one,
You all were not sworn in, right?
right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not right. Can you go back to Ortega? There should be a certificate of appropriateness to the main PowerPoint. Nope. There should be in the master PowerPoint, not the voiceover. Thank you. There should be a second. I know it's there. I loaded it myself.
It's loading.
CGTV?
As the Firesign Theater used to note, welcome to the miracle of modern electronic technology, already in progress.
Technology is great when it works.
Okay, I can discuss the variances if you guys want while we're waiting.
Yes, can you point those out to us?
Sure. It's going to be easier once you've seen it, but
Okay.
we can discuss.
We can open the site plan? We can open the site.
Okay, if you go to the
Yeah,
site.
go ahead, put that up on your screens if you would, folks, so we can, save a little time, hopefully.
So the first two variances, one has to do with granting a variance to allow the new enlarged front covered entry to extend into the required 25-foot front setback versus a required 25-foot setback. So, and also the next one is granted variance to allow a new enlarged front entry on an existing non-conforming structure. So the house as it stands, and it has stood since the 1920s, is already legally non-conforming. There's only a 15-foot setback in the front of the house. So anything that they do on the front of the property encroaches into a setback. It's already encroaching. The entry that exists now currently encroaches, so there's precedent. So we felt that because of the siting of the house on the lot, that was both of those were appropriate to grant those two variances. The next one has to do with the grant of variance to allow the edge of the front, of the pool deck, pool water edge, to have a side setback of 3 feet 6 inches versus the required minimum side setback shall be 9 feet 5 inches. The 9 feet 5 inches is required to satisfy the overall total side setbacks of 15 feet because the carport is so far over on the other side. So they would need 9 feet 5 on the east side, which would then obliterate any future use of that side yard. And the septic tank for the property is based in the rear yard, so there is no opportunity to put anything in a rear yard. So we do recommend that variance as well. Same for the other one, the closest edge of the gazebo and pool edge, a minimum separation from the distance to the house of 3 feet versus required 5 feet. Same thing, everything is shifted and compressed on the side of the property. So we are in favor of that as well.
Kara, could you please clarify the front setback, the enlarged front covered entry variance request? There's not a distance.
Well, no, it's because that second variance is because you're according to zoning, you're enlarging a nonconformity. You're exacerbating a problem by putting a covered entry, even though one already exists there and the property is legally nonconforming, so it's an existing condition. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening.
State your name for the record.
Dayron Garcia.
Thank you.
So we're presenting, we have the architect here. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, can you please be sworn in by the court reporter?
I was.
Oh, you were? Oh, sorry, I must have missed that. Thank you.
So we have the architect here who's also the owner's father. Roberto, he's here with us. And I'm just going to go through the slides that we presented or that we prepared for the presentation. So here we have some renderings of the property, the location map, and a review of the property, which you guys have already seen, which discusses the non-conforming structures, which Kara has discussed, some current photographs of the property that you've seen as well. This is the site plan that was proposed, or is being proposed, which shows the pool, the front, the gazebo, which obviously is not part of this currently because we're working on actual, the design of the gazebo, which we would present to you guys in the future. But for now, this is the pool, the front, the wall that has to be in place to screen the pool because of it being visible from the street. So that's why the wall has to be there as well. Here's some sections and details of the front that's being replaced. The current one, as you guys know, is not very, not nice for the property. So this is the one that was proposed, which we met. We went to the Board of Architects meeting. The Board of Architects kind of gave us their guidance, and this is what they've approved and what they're happy with. This is basically going through some of the conditions from the staff, which I can keep up if you guys want to read, but I'm sure you've. And then here are the plans. I wanted to provide those to you. This is what we prepared, which is basically everything you've kind of seen, but a little bit more. The layout of the property, more sections on the side or the front of the property. Some elevation views, the wall. This is on the side of the porte-cochere that there's currently a door there that's being replaced. This is inside to where the previous sleeping porch was. Some more the front. The green area map is for, the green calculations that's required for zoning. That's basically the presentation.
Short and sweet.
To the point. That's the best way to do it.
Thank you. You want your architect to speak? At all?
Sure.
No? Okay.
If you have any questions, of course, you can come up, and Virginia can also, if you have any questions regarding the actual design and the intent, we can obviously talk about that as well.
Okay, board, do you have questions for the architect and the owners?
I do have one. You mentioned that you are familiar with the staff conditions. Do you agree with all of them, or do you have any comments based on any of the staff conditions, the 11 of them, excluding number 11?
Yeah. Do you mind if I bring them up one more time?
Yeah,
so I can
please.
show them to Virginia?
Absolutely. CGTV? There you go.
We can read them out.
That would work as well.
Should I read them? I don't know.
Go ahead.
There we go.
That's
Okay.
probably-
I got
Here we
it.
go.
That's a staff report, not the.
This is the staff report. So basically, just windows and door glass to be clear. Buttons are to be high profile. That's on the glass on the actual windows. Front doors are fixed side lights are to receive higher kick plates at the bottom of the door. vertical mud, same thing. House is not restuccoed in its entirety for any stucco patching approved by historic staff, so any stucco work. Roof tiles to be true two-piece barrel tile, which we know. Roof tile, remove the raised stucco band. Sorry? No, this would be in the future. Mhm. Remove the raised stucco band around the new entry doors. I don't know if you have a question about that, but. And clarify material of swimming pool decks, so we will have to present that to them. And they will have to prove the material. Separate COA for pool, that's just documentation. The front work is ready to be reviewed by the Board of Architects, so we have to go to the board to get their approval for the front. For the wall and the gates, we work with staff to get that approved, and then the proposed gazebo variance is to be reviewed under a separate. That's for the gazebo itself. Okay, yes, we understand.
Thank you.
I have a question. So the drawings of that new front porch, did that go back to the Board of Architects?
So the initial
After?
proposed front porch was a little different, and we met with a few of the board members on a small panel, and they gave us those suggestions. We prepared the suggestions, they reviewed and approved the design, the current design.
The
that
one
you're
that's in
seeing.
the current set, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Board, any other questions?
I have a problem with the wording of the variance for the front entry. Because the wording says, grant a variance to allow the new enlarged front covered entry to extend into the required 25-foot front setback? Well, how much? They can build to the sidewalk.
Ms. Spain, I just brought that up to staff, and I think the request is for as demonstrated in the site plan. Perhaps we can get the exact number in the site plan as indicated today, but I agree.
But there's no number in the site plan.
Yeah, it needs to be dimensioned.
Yeah, so that needs to be, I think that needs to be clarified in any motion made about that variance.
Well, fine,
5 feet.
but what do the
What
neighbors
is-
think? This has been noticed to the neighbors.
Well, I think Ms. Spain is dimensioned on sheet A3.
Yeah, it's 5
No, but I'm talking about the notice that's sent out to 1,000 feet or whatever it is now to the neighbors. They don't have any idea of how much this is going to extend into the setback, do they, or am I wrong?
You're correct. The only person who contacted us is the neighbor who lives directly behind, who wanted to see their plans to see if it affected them at all.
Well, yeah, but
No one else cared.
even so, I don't think it's proper.
But I mean, they're, just so that I'm clear, they're asking for a 5-foot extension from the face of the house, right? So, so what- yeah,
Encroaching into the setback by
by
5 feet.
15 feet, I guess, right?
5 feet.
By,
Also by 5, yes, I understand
well,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
the setback is 25, so it's encroaching 15 feet, right? Which is more or less what's there now, but,
I get it.
right.
Yeah. It's sort
Yes,
of
the
replacement.
current one still
Right,
encroaches
right.
as well.
Yeah, because
Yes.
we have to grant the variance for
Yes,
the full amount.
yes, sir.
And A3 shows,
So A3 shows those dimensions that we
Yeah.
were asking about, right? Like the-
Ms. Spain, I would note that it was noticed this way, which could be read as a maximum of 25 feet. I don't know if the staff has received any comments. Yeah, so,
Yes. I
or if there's
mean,
anybody here.
they can do, basically, as far as the neighbors know, anything.
The plans were uploaded as part of the agenda for the
Okay.
public.
I'm just saying it's not something I would have written.
I think that you're right, that there should have been a defined number there, but at least,
If it's an approximate one.
right. And so whatever you approve today with the clarification of that dimension on A3 will be less than whatever was noticed. So the condition will be better than what was noticed, if that makes any sense. Right, so that's why Stephanie was saying, Ms. Moran was saying, is to clarify the dimension so that it's clear.
Okay. That's one concern.
Are there any other questions of the staff? Donna?
Well, that was a concern that may or may not have been answered. But we now just designated this building with the existing entrance as being part of the significance of the building. And now they're requesting that it be altered, not go back to what it was originally, but just be altered. So I don't know how you all feel about that.
Question,
I
board.
really don't mean to be difficult. I'm just asking.
I mean, they have an opportunity to restore the building, and they're choosing not to. So,
But I don't know that we can require it to go back to
No,
what
we
it
can't
was. We
require it.
designated as significant with that other entry.
But we can approve the certificate of appropriateness or not.
Right,
right,
exactly.
that's the question.
So can I give you my stance on that, if you want it or don't? So the configuration as it was built now with the covered entry and the side steps and the brick planter was constructed in 1963. So the alteration of the front porch continued up until 1963 at least. So what they're proposing is far better than what's there now,
Totally.
stylistically.
That I know.
So they're not making it worse per se. They're actually making it better.
That's what I was going to
Thank
say.
you for not making it.
We're trying, the
So
owner
they're-
wants to improve that.
Peggy.
Am I reading these plans correctly or not? It looks as if on A3 that this extends, the porch will extend 7 feet into the setback?
The steps go out to 7 feet. Steps are allowed to encroach into the setback. So
Okay.
the landing is 5 feet.
Okay,
The covered
so it's
landing.
not 15 feet? Okay.
Ms.
Okay.
Everett, do you have anything? Ms. Swift?
I'm just curious if there was ever any thought of going back to the 3 arches.
There was, that's actually what I originally wanted.
If you can,
Please speak into the microphone. Yeah, thank you.
State your name for the record as well. Thank you.
Virginia Vick, the homeowner. That's what I originally wanted, to go back to like the 3 arches and maybe enclose them with impact glass so that it kind of came back to the integrity, but that was not possible. Why? I forgot why.
guys, you need to speak into the record and put your name.
Was he
My
sworn
name
in?
is Roberto Fick.
Was he sworn
I am
in?
Virginia's father. I am an architect. I am responsible for the design of what you see there. And going back to the arches, which was the first original solution, it will disturb the whole layout of the entrance to the house, interior, because on the left is the living room. The original way with the 3 arches, there was no entrance as it is now. They enclosed the area in the 1940s. So the way it is proposed is double door instead of a single door, which is what they did in the 1940s. And they removed originally the 3 arches. So they got 1 window in the living room, 1 single door, and 1 window, what it was the big foyer. We keep the foyer, we got a double door. The design is now better because if you look at the elevation, the upper windows line up center line with the lower doors. So still, it's the same roof tile, same style, 2 columns with the suggestions of the lady, of the colors on the bottom, the colors on the top, and then the steps all around. So there will be a more residential approach than the little type of side entrance that it was originally in the house. I think this design makes the entry look much richer, much residential than the little porch with a little railing and a little side, so like you have to walk around and walk around.
I think they're asking a different question than you're answering. I think they were asking why the 3 arches with an enclosed space and the porch.
3 arches were enclosed, were?
No. So originally that was a porch, an entry porch, and you enter to the side. But when it was enclosed, their question was, did you ever consider bringing back the 3 arches on the front facade and still enclosing the porch?
That would have been extremely hard to do with the full design of the house.
Yeah, so if I may, just because I have experience in this exact same situation, right? So once those arches are gone, right, there's a beam, and that whole second floor is resting on the beam. And when I try to do the same thing to restore those 3 arches, the only way to do that is to chop out that whole wall from ground floor to second floor and shore the roof. So you're talking about some major destruction.
Major structural element.
Yeah, so
Structurally,
and that's, we circled round and round, and that's the only way to do it. There's no way to shore that second floor. You can shore the floor, but you can't shore the wall, right? So once you do that, it becomes, the only way to do that is to chop out that whole wall. You can shore the floor and you can shore the roof, but that whole wall has to be blown out, and I don't know that, I mean,
It could be done.
it could be done. It could be done.
It could be
but
done
it's-
with
it's,
maybe,
yeah.
you know,
It's a different scope
4
of work
times
than
the
what
money.
is here before us, right?
Okay, good. Any other questions here? Did that answer your question? Did that answer the question?
Yes, it answers my question.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions? Any concerns? Ms. Alvarez? Ms. Spain, anything else? Okay. Mr. Garcia?
I did have one, and do we know that beam that was above the arches are gone? I mean, I don't know where that.
That was done in the 1940s. That beam was there, and then they added some kind of a structural element. Once they removed the arch, because there was, you know, when there were arches, there were pipe columns. So those pipe columns were removed. But to remove those, the beam would have cracked.
Right.
So they have to reinforce or redo the beam. They did it with a single door. So now what we're doing is enlarging the opening from 3 to 6, no arches, because there will be no space. And we move them. The arches have nothing to do design-wise. The way I did it is that the entry doors now line up with the upper windows. So now the whole thing becomes a design element. More, to me, more pleasant than what it was when the arches were there, because the arches were here, a little opening, kind of a terrace on the second floor. That's the original way. Then they enclosed the second floor, and eventually they removed the arches. So they did like a puzzle. Took out of here, put there, changed there. What I try to do is more an integral type of a design that will blend all the elements all together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, with the second floor addition, it really makes it difficult to do that. I mean, now you've got to literally come in and rebuild the wall, as Mr. Silva said. All right, is there any other comments and discussion here from the board to the applicants or to the staff? Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak to this, or anybody else that would wish to speak to this in the audience? Against? Well, hearing none, we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back, okay? Has everybody had a conversation? I'm ready for a motion.
I have one more comment, if I may.
Yes,
so
sir. Thank you very much.
What's difficult for what I'm finding difficulty with is that the 1920s is gone, and that we're living with the 1940s version of the house, which has the squared off porch and the extension and the second floor, which means that the proposed modifications to the house are aligning with the existing conditions, which is the 40s version of the house, which is the enclosure of the porch, which is just is going further away from the original intent of the house, which were my comments in the original, with the designation report, was it too far gone? My hope was that these things were not irreversible, which I am understanding now that they are irreversible unless there is significant demolition and change to the house. I appreciate the solution the architect came up with using those as the criteria of the 1940s house and the way that that was constructed. I agree that the proposed solution is better than the existing conditions. I lament that it is nowhere near as good as the original. So those are my comments.
Board, anybody else? Ms. Everett?
No, just agree. Yeah, too bad.
Yeah, we are where we are.
We are where we are.
All right, anybody else on the board? All right, we've closed the public hearing. There's no further questions. Is there any further comment from the audience or on Zoom? Hearing none. Okay, let's have a vote. Do we have a motion?
Do we need to discuss the variances?
You can. We can do that
Those,
if you wish.
I mean, I would just say that if we're proceeding with this, then it makes sense to grant the variances. I think that the criteria in the zoning code for granting the variances are met, right? Irregardless of the front and all that. I think that because of that existing encroachment on the front, there's very little that can be done, right? Because of the location of that triggers the septic tank to the rear, that triggers the pool to the side, and the pool to the side triggers the setback. So I'm okay with the variances.
Mr. Silva, Mr. Maxwell, I would just ask that whoever makes the motion, if you all could please clarify, especially for that front setback, whether it's as demonstrated in the plans with a not to exceed number. You know, I know there's no dimensions in that A3 plan, but to the extent you can be specific, I think that would be helpful in granting the variance. As you know, that gets recorded here at the city, so we need to be as specific as we can be today with that dimension.
Okay.
Or a not to exceed number, if that's easier.
Well, since I'm the chair, I can't make a motion, so I need one of these from one of you. Okay?
I'll move to approve the design as presented with staff conditions. To approve the design proposal with staff conditions and issue a special certificate of appropriateness as noted above, right? And I will include the variances in this motion?
I think that's appropriate if there's a lot of variances. So if you want to incorporate all the variances, I'm happy to read them if you'd like, but I would like some clarification on that front setback.
So I will, the first variance, I will incorporate as written, which is a variance to allow the pool deck and pool water edge to have a side setback of 3 foot 6 inches, et cetera. The second variance, I will incorporate with a change, right? So the motion would be to allow a variance to allow the new enlarged front covered entry to extend 15 feet into the required 25 feet, right? So what that means is we're allowing a 5 foot extension from the face of the house.
I thought it was 7 feet, or
I'm sorry?
May I suggest that you reference the plans
Yes.
and have it confirmed by
Yes,
staff?
Right, right. But that is the intent, to allow a 5 foot extension from the face of the building as per plans, right?
So I understand that to be a motion to extend a further 5 feet from the existing home into the setback as confirmed by staff and demonstrated in the plans presented today.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that 5 feet from the front of the building?
Yes, so that is, yeah,
Not the front of the existing porch?
no, from the front of the building.
From the front facade of the building, but what I don't know is if a roof overhang is allowed to, if that includes, if that's considered an
I
encroachment.
believe that zoning allows for a roof overhang to
Overhang, okay.
extend.
That's what I thought
believe.
too, but I wasn't
Does.
sure, so.
And he's referencing the plans.
And then I'll incorporate the
pool water edge variance as well.
yes, that was already approved, wasn't it?
No, you mentioned the first one, which is the side
Right,
setback
the
of the
second
pool
one, yes.
deck. The third one is the minimum separation from the residence of 3 feet for the pool water edge.
Yes.
Is that incorporated as well?
I'll incorporate that as well, and then there's a motion to, that's the,
Article 13.
the Article 13, which is to allow a new enlarged front covered entry onto the existing non-conforming structure, right? So
Okay.
are we clear?
Yes,
Sort of.
I'm happy to give you the Cliff Notes version. I don't know if that exists anymore, Cliff Notes, but to approve the design proposal and approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness, incorporating all of the staff conditions noted today as agreed to by the property owner, and approve the variances for the side of the pool deck side setback of 3 feet 6 inches, the front setback to allow for further 5-foot extension from the front of the building as demonstrated in the plans today and approved by staff, to approve a variance of Article 13 to allow for the enlargement of the existing non-conforming structure front covered entry, and to approve the variance for the pool water edge separation from the residence of 3 feet versus the 5 feet as required.
Okay, so is the motion clear to everyone? Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Silva, and I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Everett. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Ms. Shield,
Yes.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
Ms. Everett,
Yes.
and Mr. Maxwell.
Yes. Motion passes 9-0, 8-0, I'm sorry. Think you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're moving on to the next item. We have, let's see. I think this is going to be the last one, I'm hoping. Yeah, I think so. Do we need a break for a couple of minutes, or do we just press on? Press on.
I don't need
Okay,
one.
here we go. We have two more, I'm sorry. All right. Case file COA SP 2025-025, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the Granada Golf Course located at 2001 Granada Boulevard, a contributing resource within the Country Club of Coral Gables Historic District. Lengthy description is
Mr.
on-
Maxwell, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think out of courtesy to our residents who are here, if you don't mind, we'd like to hear the other special certificate of appropriateness first and keep staff for
I'm hap-
last.
I'm
At the
happy.
risk of getting community recreation mad at me again, I think
Okay,
that
who-
would be appropriate if that's all right with you.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Which one?
Thank you.
Granada Boulevard? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
well, okay, take that back.
Apologies. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go to this one then. Okay, case file COA SP 2025-024, application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 4200 Granada Boulevard, local historic landmark. A lengthy legally described as lots 10 and 11, block 99, Coral Gables Country Club, section 5, plat book 23, page 55, Miami, Florida. Okay? Staff, we're going to get to you in just a second, sir.
Yes, good evening. CGTV, if we could have the presentation, please. So as mentioned, this application is requesting a design approval for the construction of a new carport. The carport will be constructed at the east end of a two-story addition approved by the Historic Preservation Board under COA SP 2017-025 and connects the original one-story to connect it to the original one-story garage structure. The application presented a request design approval for the new carport. The original design intent of the home was to have the primary facade face the water. The addition occurs at the secondary facade on a portion of the home that has already been altered with an addition and is minimally visible from the street. Staff is recommending approval with the two conditions listed, which I've spoken with the applicant, and they're okay with working on with staff. CGTV, could we please have the presentation? Sorry, I didn't even look up.
Thank you.
We're going to be going to 4200. Sorry, you're not looking at this one yet. All right.
Here we are.
So this is the property in the 1940s photo, and then I'll let you.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry about the cold weather that you're going through. My name is Raymond Pacheco. I was selected the architect for this project. We came few months ago to the Board of Architects, and they approved it unanimously. Nothing that they rejected. We really respect what Mr. Pace did there for the original house in 1925. I think he did a wonderful job. And it was my pleasure to help my client to do this project. We're trying to match the same roof. And actually, we want to have a barrow tire roof with a gray cement to make it more authentic to the original house. And they're willing to eventually change the entire roof. I saw the recommendation that the board is giving me. I don't have any problem. It's more the connection to the existing house, to the existing guest house. And I think it's really a more improvement, and we don't have any problem in following their recommendation. I have been here a few times before with historical houses. My two daughters are also architects, and they love to do historical also. So what I would like is that you see that this is an improvement versus what they have now there. It's a tremendous improvement because then you can see it. You can see it. So this is an improvement to what they are using now, which is a tent. And the other thing that I think is very good is that they wanted to be right next to the house.
Yeah, I know.
The two-car garage are really across. For the age to go across that paving area, it's very dangerous. So that is basically why they're doing this. So it's actually an improvement of what they have right now. And you see it, I'm following the architecture somehow to divert the rain to the other side and away from the big wall that they have right now. So that's basically what I'm trying to do. I'm open to any criticism. I'm open to what you like to tell me. I'm very open for your recommendations. So thank you for understanding what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramon. Any questions for the architect, ladies and gentlemen?
Did you say you were going to have the color of the tile be different than the existing?
No, the same barrow tile. I usually, when I do Mediterraneans, I do like the mix blend. This is something that right now they have.
The same.
Yeah, we would love to, if they're going to re-roof the entire house eventually, I would like to do the barrow with a gray cement. Okay. And I like, if it is a mix, I like it better.
Okay. And I have to say, you don't age. You do not age. You look exactly the same. Why? I've got the gray hair and the whole thing.
I'm going to be 84.
Oh my gosh.
But,
amazing.
I'm really with my family. My family is my legacy. My two daughters and now my two granddaughters are coming to join me. They also studying. They finishing next year in architecture also. So it's the entire family.
Oh my gosh, you've got a whole clan
the entire
going here.
family. And
well, it's very nice to see you.
We're very proud of them.
I have a
Mr. Garcia.
question.
Are you finished, Ms. Bain? I'm sorry.
No, I just had a
Ms.
question
Alvarez?
for staff. So the comment on, I guess, work with staff on the pedestrian entrance, was that to look at the roof, like the way the pitch and
it's like the
front
connector piece
elevation
that
of it?
touches the one-story building, that is kind of has like this little decorative swoop feature. I think that it could be further simplified so it doesn't become like a highly decorative element. It should just kind of be more muted and disappear.
And then the roof also, it seems like you got.
There was no
you got the
comment.
pitch coming to the new.
Could we put the drawings back up, please? Maybe I could.
It fits right in, it's perfect.
Oops, sorry. So, sorry, Anna, if you're, wasn't sure which.
I met with her twice at the house, and
It seems like the carport, has a vertical.
Oh, please
Anna.
speak into
Oh,
the-
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let's move the
Please
thing,
speak
move it.
Move it. No, the carport has a vertical, wall, right? It's of a certain height, and then the existing shed roof, I guess it's the guest house, is coming. Like, it seems like there's a potential water issue there. You
Oh,
show
so
a
you're
small
seeing it in
cricket,
section
but
here. I guess this is what you're talking
yes,
about.
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm planning to have
That little.
the slope here. I'm planning to have a copper gutter to go to I'm planning to have there a copper gutter to end on the opposite side with some kind of a chain or something to have the water down from the copper gutter. I hate downspout.
Oh, okay, so what he's mentioning is adding a copper gutter to the actual pitch of the roof, so you're not shedding onto the roof of the one-story building. So I don't know why the laser thing's not working.
Will be
So there would
visible.
be a gutter
Yeah.
here, if you see the mouse on the screen,
Yeah, it'll be visible.
and then it'll be
That copper gutter.
pitched to the
Round
back.
copper gutter
Yeah.
that goes with the style. Yeah, yes.
I don't know that totally resolves the way that the roofs come together.
Yeah,
But
I
maybe
think-
it's just
Are you
a
talking
cricket
about
or
Anna
something.
as it touches the main house, or?
No,
'cause-
I think Anna's
I
concern
think
is
it's this one that you're talking about.
You've got
So
a
it's separate.
diagonal plane coming to a vertical plane, so you're creating a
This-
valley there for
This valley, right?
right there.
Right, you
Oh,
have it.
okay, that one.
Yeah, I think if you look at a 1.1, I think what Anna's saying is I think that cricket has to be bigger.
Right,
Yeah,
The
the
cricket
cricket.
is all it is. Yeah,
Okay,
the,
I'll make it.
yeah, if you look at,
So I did have a comment specifically, Hamang, about what the city is asking. Can you go back to the elevation you just had up, that rendering? Because I think go back to the facade, the front
Oh, that's me, sorry. You want the drawing or
rendering. The
the,
rendering's better.
Okay.
The title rendering.
sorry, I don't. Maybe I was in the other direction.
That one.
Oh, wait, there's bigger ones on this side, I think.
That one's fine. So Ramon, I think what might be interesting is the double flourish. You have the bar and the swoop, and then you have the bar. If you just united them, so it's just one, and it goes up and over. So it's not a bar, a swoop, a line, and a line. Is if you unify it all, so by just sort of dropping the flourish down so that it's one continuous line, it'll be less intrusive. It'll just seem like a connection, and that way you can still hide the valley gutter in the back, and it's one less bump.
So just bring it down into,
Just drop it so that it lines up, so that from the abutting house, it comes straight across, and then it curves up, and then
yeah,
touches
just
in.
one.
One move,
One continuous.
right, one continuous
Yeah, that's
move.
what I had drawn.
So it's just,
So it was just doing one swoop.
I think that might
versus the-
simplify it and still keep it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For helping.
And since there would be a different stucco texture, are those two planes slightly offset?
Well, so that two-story portion on the left is already that's the new addition that was proposed in 2017. So it would match that stucco texture.
Oh, it would match that one? Okay.
Right, because that's already a new addition, so it
Oh,
doesn't need
right,
to
right.
change from the original.
Mhm.
It's already different from the original.
Anybody else?
Uh,
Ms. Rolando?
Yeah, I've owned two Phineas Paste houses, and both of them had carports. And they were great, like, very convenient, and both had garages, but the carports got used.
Zebra?
I just want to say that this looks beautiful
Thank you.
and a big improvement over an awning. So it really finishes out the front of this side.
Thank you.
beautifully.
Ms. Swift, anything? No. Okay. All right, any other member of the board have a question? We've pretty well gone through it. Okay, Mr. Pacheco, you're good with the comments made by Mr. Garcia Pons on that? Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's a lovely design. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
always enjoy your work. So, have for many years. Okay, we have any comments from the public? Anyone wish to speak for or against this? Do we have anybody online? If not, the public hearing is closed, and I'd like to have a motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
All
I
right,
think I
thank you.
can do it. I would move to approve the issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness with the conditions noted in the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion.
And with the will you?
And with the
second?
As well as
modifications
the
by...
issuance of the special certificate of appropriateness? I'm sorry, the design proposal and the issuance, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And it's one of the comments is to work on that entryway is the second comment.
I would recommend that you perhaps say that you would incorporate Mr. Garcia Pon's comments on the...
And incorporate Mr. Garcia Pon's comments on the second request of staff to work to simplify the pedestrian entry connector.
Thank you. Is that sufficient, Ms.?
Correct. That's
Okay,
fine. Thank you
very
very
good.
much.
Okay, well, we've got okay, we have a second.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Swift and a second by Mr. Garcia Pons. Would you please call the roll?
Miss Everett,
Yes.
Miss Spain,
Yes.
Miss Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
Miss Alvarez,
Yes.
Miss Shield,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank you very
Ramon.
much.
Pleasure to be with you. Mr. Esrani, thank you very much for bringing this to us, and as always, thank you for all your contributions. Okay, we're going to go back to, let's see, where are we? Where did we leave off here? We've got one more. We've got the golf course.
Last item.
All right, let's tee the golf course up, please.
I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Ramon.
Bye.
It's just taken forever. I don't know why we're...
I'll tell you how long.
See the rest of those drawings.
Okay.
Mr. Maxwell, I know you already read the title, but if you don't mind, I'm going to just read it again very briefly, so for the record, it's clear.
I'm happy for you to do that.
Thank you. It's case file COA SP 2025-025, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the Granada Golf Course located at 2001 Granada Boulevard, a contributing resource within the Country Club of Coral Gables Historic District, with a lengthy legal description is on file with the city, and the application requests design approval for the construction of a new golf course rain shelter.
Good
You're very good
evening.
at that.
And I will, just for the record, have a very quick staff summary. The proposed shelters have been an ongoing project for the city for a number of years, as the city, as previous wood shelters were failing and falling into disrepair. In February 2025, the city commission directed staff to revisit the shelters and organize a community meeting. Through this process, it was determined that the new shelters would mirror the existing shelter design while providing accessibility. The proposal includes 2 prototypes. The standard prototype design replicated the original footprint and appearance, and the golf cart accessible prototype is slightly larger to allow for golf cart access. The shelters represent new construction within the Country Club of Coral Gables Historic District and should be evaluated in their impact of the district as a whole. The shelters do not negatively impact the historic integrity of the district, and staff is recommending approval.
Very good.
And if we could have the presentation, sorry.
You said it all. We can just go to vote.
Name and
For the record, Fred Cusero, the Community Recreation Director for the City of Coral Gables. Thanks for having us. So we're going to give you a conceptual design presentation, which is part of what we gave to the community when we spoke with them. It was a very boisterous group, very active group, and luckily for us, this time around, they were very happy with what we presented. We'll go into how we got to where we are. So this is a satellite view of the golf course. Hopefully everyone knows. A lot of people walk by it. A lot of people golf on it. Last year, over 67,000 rounds, if anybody wants to know. So it's a very busy course. quick history on the course, as I'm sure you all know, it's one of the oldest 9-hole courses, and it's the oldest 9-hole operating course in Florida. It was constructed in 1922 by William Langford, and the course in greens, the renovation opened in 2014, but we actually started the renovations in 2013. This is what we're here to replace, and as you can see, this is why. These are existing conditions. We have been at this for quite a while, and we are looking to replace these throughout the golf course. The existing conditions, it's a non-contributing structure. It's exceeded its life. The existing square feet that we have there is 99 square feet. Overall dimensions are 11 by 11. And when we first went to the community, it was thought that we needed to provide ADA compliant shelters for all of them, which made the shelters much bigger, altered the design, and what this board was presented was something that was not in line with what the existing conditions are. We started in 2018 with this. We went through 2 designers, we went through administrative reviews. Yeah.
I hadn't retired. I was still here when you guys were working on this.
Well, she worked with me on these designs because she was my reporting supervisor at one point. We did look at that original design, had the Granada Pro Shop in mind. There was a motion that came to this board, it was approved. An important motion that was also made by this board that's important to remember is to look at having one of the shelters preserved in its current existing state. So that's important, and we've followed through with that here. In February 2021, we had a community meeting that was held. It was held at the CMR room in the police station, and the community response was not positive. In fact,
it's only Coral Gables residents can do.
If any of you were there, you know, I had a few arrows in my back, but it's okay. We got through it. And what the consensus was that we wanted to move away from the shelters at the time being, concentrate on the other 2 projects. We had just finished the course a few years back, but we needed to do the pro shop. We needed to do the diner space, which is now Birdie Bistro. So we had our hands full with that. So the consensus was finish all that, and then we'll get back to it. So we completed that recently. And in February of 2025, an agenda item was brought before the commission. It was sponsored by Mayor Lago, and the commission directed us to revisit the shelters, look at a better solution, and also to expedite and get a community meeting out. They wanted me to get it out before the summer. We did. What we found out is the ADA portion, if we did one on each side of the course, we could limit having 9 shelters of that scope, just have 2. Wow. So that's what we're going to present now.
Okay.
So here's our site location map. The shelters are, for the most part, going to go in the same spot that they are now, with the exception of the 2 ADA ones that are going to be moved slightly. And you'll see on the slide the movement. This is what the design will be. It's slightly bigger because you do need a slightly bigger entrance. Mm-hmm. It goes from 99 square feet to 120 square feet, so it's not that big. It goes from 11x11 to 12 by 12. And it's the posts, instead of being 4 by 4, they'll be 6 by 6, a little bigger. And the roof rafter parts will be, instead of 2 by 2, I think they're 3 by 3. So not a big change. You can see the floor plan, it's the same design. It does have, instead of being wrapped all the way around with the rails, it has 2 openings, so you can't get a golf cart in there, but you can get a wheelchair in there. So we do still have some ADA access there. It'll be the same shape, the same plan, and for the ceiling. And the elevation, you're only going up to 10, and that's all the way up to the point. So the clearance is about 7.6, and then when you add the pitch roof, you get up to 10.
So it's a little taller than what they are now.
It's a little taller. It was like 9, not much taller. And the materials that we're looking at is an old growth cypress timber. Our designers have looked at it, and it looks like it's readily available from the manufacturer, so we can get that. So that's what we're hoping to do and stay with that wood design, which the previous design didn't have any of that. Now, for the golf cart access, we had to go a little bigger. At the community meeting, I presented two different options with two different shapes. One was an oval, and one was this one, and it was decided by the community unanimously is to stick with this design, which keeps the same hexagon type look. It's a little bigger. You're looking at, it's about 300 square feet, so it's almost triple the size, but it keeps the hexagonal look, and it's the same roof plan. And the elevation does go up, not that much more. It goes up to about 11.6, 11.8. So it's a little bigger, but it does provide for the golf cart to go through. And instead of doing 9 of those, we'll only do 2. So here are the locations. One stays where it is. The second shelter, which is right by the second tee, that stays where it is, and it'll be placed in the same spot. The third shelter, which is right before the third tee, will stay in the same spot. Now the fourth shelter, which is at the end of the 3 green leading up to the 4th tee, that is where we're going to put the first ADA. So that'll be the ADA shelter that will be on the east side of the course, and it'll be southeast on the course near the walkway. And as you can see, we're just going to move it a few feet away to give it, so we don't have all the landscaping and everything in the way, so we can have a little more space. And then we'll look at the construction of cart path to get to there. As you can see, that's what it'll look at, and that's the cart path access.
You're paving the floors, right?
We're what?
You're paving the floor?
Yes. Yeah. The 5th location, the shelter will be the same place, which is just west of Granada at the beginning of the 5th hole. The same thing with the one on the 6th hole as you get to the tee box. The 7th hole is the small hole right there on the west side of the course. It'll be in the same spot. Now, number 8, which is the shelter that is before the 8th tee. That is the one that's in the best shape. So that's the one that we're looking to, keep in its state, that we're going to renovate. And then we're going to make it, we're going to do some sort of signage and a way to preserve it and to be for its purpose of what we've done. And then right before the 9th tee, that will be the second ADA shelter that will have the accessibility for the golf cart. And that'll be the west side, and it's on the northwest side. And there'll be a little bit of movement because it's bigger, and the space that we have there is kind of boxed in through some landscaping, and we need to open it up a little bit. And we'll just have some new asphalt that will take it all the way to the base. And it will have the landscaping on it as well.
And what am I looking at inside the ADA ones? What are those two on either side? Is that, I don't know, water fountains or something? What is that?
No, that's just
the
Those are
accessibility
benches?
symbol.
accessibility access that people can get through there. That's a wheelchair sign. It's like the little.
Oh, the little.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's just that, so you can, if you were in a wheelchair, you still have the space there. You don't have the bench.
I got it.
So the proposal is to rebuild for like, as I showed you, for 6 of the existing shelters. We're going to add the 2 large ones on either side of the course to meet those ADA requirements and have a cart be able to go through. We had originally looked at, and we had presented the community, if we could, to have chilled drinking fountains based on funding. So at this moment, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that, not only based on funding and just some of the water supplies not going well there, And I will tell you, I had a few people of the community after the meeting say, stop messing around with the water fountains. The water that you put in the coolers around the golf course right now is super cold and super good. So I said, all right, so we're going to be able to do that. So we're excited about that. We're going to reconstruct or renovate Shelter 8 in its original form. And then, of course, we're going to do landscape improvements around all the shelters. And then we're going to do the car path extension for the ones that you need the new locations. So that's all I have, and I'll answer any questions if needed.
Well, thank you. It's a very good presentation. We appreciate that. The last couple of presentations we've gotten from the city haven't been quite this clear, particularly about road improvement.
We do a lot of them in parks.
Fred's the best.
All right, we have a question from Ms. Rolando.
The existing shelter that you said reconstruct, are you sprucing it up? Is it damaged where you have to replace portions of it? Can you give us a little bit of
Well,
color about
we're
that?
actually in the process with the architect now. We actually had some discussions as to if we can save it. If not, we're going to have to use the same size wood, the same look, to make it look just like it looks now. We're hoping that we can save the integrity of it, but and that's the one that's in the best shape. But right now, that's the discussion that we're having with the architect. That's why I put reconstruct, because we might have to just rebuild it under the same size and scope.
And what were the materials, or what are the materials in the existing structures versus? I like the cypress. I have that in my house, and it weathers beautifully.
I'm not sure what kind of wood it is. It was. I don't think we were able to find.
Issue wood.
It might have been Public Works wood from the 1950s. I don't know. We couldn't ascertain that. I don't think the architects were able to ascertain that. No, they weren't. So. Yes, Ms. Everett.
Fred, thank you for listening. I attended both those meetings, and I have some questions. The originals were built in what year? Do you think that those that are?
There was no. I think, and I don't know if you have that. We don't have an exact date. We just have an area.
In the 40s.
It's not like the city pulled a permit.
Right. I also remember that first meeting, the new shelters were very contemporary looking and people went nuts, but they were also extremely expensive.
That is correct.
I mean, they were like $70,000 a piece or something crazy.
Yeah, it was more than that, and it was because of
More than that.
It was because of the size. Remember, we're only doing 2 of those big ones, whereas there we were doing all of them that big. So that jacks up the budget quite a bit.
So do we have any idea of cost on the majority of them?
We're still waiting on an estimate, but we think we're going to be able to get it done.
And when?
Well, you guys have to approve it, and we have to keep moving.
When they finish
Well, that meeting that I attended was in the early summer, wasn't it?
It was it was right in early summer. So we have already, we're starting with we just need the necessary approvals, but we have already started. I do have our Director of Capital Improvements. I don't know if he can give us a quick update on where we are in the process. Or the architect is also here from Guri Matuti.
Yeah, just please state your name.
Okay, so we are receiving the 60%.
You need to be sworn in? Okay.
So we're receiving plans. I'm sorry?
Name.
Jose Oliveros, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Assistant Director, Public Works for Capital Improvements. So we're receiving the 100% plans today, before the night's over. So I expect to go out to bid early next year. We should be able to start probably March, the construction.
Okay.
I need to coordinate with Parks on which shelters we're going to do first, second, and third, because we're not going to be able to do all at once because people are playing and all that. So we got to strategize which ones we're going to do.
We'll figure it out.
And when. But we're, hopefully we're going to have probably half done before summer and the other after summer. That's the plan.
You're going to build them all on site?
Say that again?
You're going to build them on site?
Yes.
You're not going to prefab them and bring them over?
No, I mean, the pieces are going to be prefabbed and they're going to assemble on the field.
Thank you. Questions? Down here. Ms. Alvarez? Not a thing? Ms. Spain, you've already got there? Mr. Garcia-Pons?
So I do have one question for the director. I remember the last time you were here with the other shelters. I'm pretty sure I was the person who made the motion that requested that staff consider saving one of the existing ones, if possible. And I'm pretty sure I used the word "if possible."
Yeah.
Now that the design has drastically changed from the original, I no longer think it's as important to keep the older one, and that is just my opinion. I'm just stating it on the record for my board members, because it was super important with the last design, but in this particular case,
Because it was so radically different.
I would, you know, I'm pretty sure, and we can have staff check, that I use the word "if," not a condition of.
We can look at it, sure.
I just want to let my fellow board members know, and if a motion is to be made, that I would be happy to withdraw that portion of my original motion.
Well, yeah, but what about the public?
I'm just saying.
Did the public enthusiastically embrace that idea of saving one of them? Because otherwise we're,
I think as stated, I think the enthusiasm was brought because of the prior design.
okay, so then they'd be okay if you just
I mean,
did everything new.
we'll still go through the exercise and see if we can do it. Fine with us.
I agree with
Yeah.
them, everything's so
And,
close to
and,
the original.
and if it's an if it becomes a much bigger job with the architect, then we can always revisit it.
Okay, yeah, but do keep one.
Yeah, we'll try.
So the condition set was, this is a new COA application before you. The condition that was listed within that approval does not apply here. So unless it's made in your new motion today.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Anybody wish to speak from the audience about this in support or against? Anybody on Zoom? Hearing none? The public hearing is closed on that. Okay, board, what's your pleasure? I need a motion. We still have more business after this.
I'm happy to make a motion.
We have a motion for Mr. Garcia-Pons.
So just for staff, as written, it says that there are 6 new rain shelters. Is that correct? Is the number correct? For city staff, how many shelters?
8, right?
I think it separates it between 6 standard and 2,
Total of 9.
the 2 prototypes. It splits it up. Sorry, hold on. Right, it's the 8. Yeah, it's the 6.
Does that include the one that you're reconstructing?
No, it's 8.
9.
So it's a total of 9 new structures, 1, 2, and 6.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so a motion to approve the design proposal for the construction of 9 new rain shelters on the Granada Golf Course, located at 2001 Granada Boulevard, and approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness with the conditions noted in the staff report.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by
I
Mr.
have a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
But I think the report had 8 new, one being.
Right, so my
So
motion
you're
is
doing
9.
Okay, gotcha.
But the motion's not specific either.
My motion is 9 new rain shelters.
So, Mr. Garcia-Pons, just clarifying that there's no requirement to reconstruct retain one of the existing. Understood.
Not for my motion.
I object.
Understood.
Not for my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion leaves out restoration of anything. Do I have a second?
It does not require it, is my understanding.
What's that?
She seconded already.
Oh. Ms. Spain, okay.
My
Question?
only concern is I'm not wedded to restoring it one way or another, but I do think it was sold to the community.
Well, that was my question to him.
Yeah.
But apparently, they were more sold on the new design than they were the restoration of the existing one. But let's just say not required to restore one,
I,
right?
yeah.
If there's a friendly amendment, I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was present at the meeting. I really don't recall that there was I like the idea of keeping an old one, you know, and marking it somehow.
But we're in a motion question right now.
Yeah,
and
so are we, I guess, I would ask or to consider that the amendment be, or that the motion be amended to be replacement of 8 of the rain shelters, 2 of which would accommodate or be ADA compliant. The 9th be restored if it's economically feasible.
How about restored or rebuilt?
Okay, restored or rebuilt to the original design with the little plaque. Although, let me just say, I'm not so enthusiastic of replicating. To me, if you can't fix what's there, go ahead and make it the 7th new one.
Okay, we have
And now, does that make sense?
It does, and as the mover, I don't accept it as stated. I understand.
I didn't expect you to, Caesar.
It's-
I would
but-
expect some additional qualification. So do proceed.
I think we, the 8 with the 2 ADA, or the larger ones, and then the remaining one, to your original statement, is if it could be restored, then yes. If it has to be rebuilt, then no.
I agree with
No,
that.
it's my motion.
I know it's your motion,
So-
but you're parsing rebuilt because restored.
Because it's my motion.
Oh, but when you say restored, it's using the existing or materials, not a wholesale replacement.
That I accept, if that is your friendly amendment, I accept that.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Ms.
We have that
Spain?
with amendment.
Ms. Spain, do you second the motion as amended?
I accept that.
Ms. Spain accepts.
Okay.
Okay.
Happy to restate it if needed.
Please.
Please, Ms.
So as I understand it, it's an approval for a design proposal and a certificate of appropriateness, a special certificate of appropriateness for the construction of 6 new rain shelters on the Granada Golf Course, 2 additional ADA shelters, and that 1 of the existing shelters shall be restored, and if it's unable to be restored, it is allowed to proceed with the design proposal as proposed today.
Yes.
For a total of 9 shelters.
For a total of 9 shelters.
Okay. Okay, we're good. We have a motion and a second on the amendments. Please call the question.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Schild?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Ms. Ebert?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes. Motion passes 8-0. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of other business items here to get to before we're finished. Okay, do we have any old business? I know some of us are old on this dais, and anyway. Okay, new business.
New business.
Hearing none. We have
Wait.
meeting dates.
What's the next
You
one?
want to go through these?
And party date.
Yes.
Well, we're going to do the meeting dates first, okay? Does everybody have a copy of the meeting dates?
Yes.
Okay, it was in your packet, okay?
Oh.
All right, are these good? Do we want to make any changes, which would be incredibly difficult because we're going to be moving over to the city building?
So I believe the first few meetings are still going to be at City Hall.
It's still going to be here? Okay. All right. All right, so all right. We could not be accommodated on Wednesday as was requested. Okay, great. Okay. And we're not going into any of these meetings where the city is closed. So we're in good shape. Okay. Next, items. We have any city commission items?
The appeal for 1258 Obispo was heard at the last commission meeting, and the city commission voted to overrule the HPB's decision.
Did they give a reason?
There was a discussion about substantial competent evidence for the decision made by this board.
I'm sorry, there was what?
There was a determination that there was not substantial competent evidence for the decision made by this board. But I would have to go back to the transcript to see the exact
They didn't make a
motion.
specific
Just
within their
so you all
motion.
know that based on that, none of us are competent. So we didn't give competent evidence, so. That's very disappointing. I mean, that's the 3-0.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah,
So-
listen to it.
Who's appointed by the mayor? Which one of you is appointed by the mayor?
Ms. Duné.
Is it Michelle? Okay. And who's appointed by Ms. Anderson? You are? Okay. And Ms. Swift, you're from Mr. Lara? Okay. I would hope that all of you would talk to your commissioners before these items come up. You're their commission.
No.
You know what? We have lots of cocktail parties.
Yeah, Mr. Waxwell, once this board speaks, the only person who should be speaking as a member of this board, obviously you are still a human being and a resident of the city, but we ask that once this board acts on a quasi-judicial matter that's appealed to the city commission, that this board speak with one voice to the city commission. And as always, those are ex parte communications that we always encourage our commissioners to avoid as they're hearing an item on appeal.
It's a wonderful policy. Thank you. Okay. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen?
I would like to ask staff, when people are submitting their designs or architectural plans, that you request them to put on the same sheet before and after.
Yes.
Because it makes it so much easier, and they don't seem to understand that. So if you get one and it has the existing and proposed on 2 different sheets, send it back.
Send it back. Okay.
Okay, we have one last item.
It's certainly appropriate for the chair to set time limits. What is difficult is if you do it mid-presentation. So what we have done before is issued procedural orders or made very clear what the sort of the rules of the game are ahead of time. So if this board wants to establish 15, 20, 30-minute time limits, I think that would be, within reason and depending on what the project is, appropriate. The problem is if we limit it during a presentation where people haven't been informed ahead of time. If you'll note, when appeals go to the city commission, the mayor as chair issues a procedural order giving an order of operations, which we have in our code, but setting those time limits ahead of time so that the expectation is clear. Those are also on an appellate, in an appellate posture, so the record below already exists. Here where we're establishing the record, I think I would be wary in being too extreme in limiting, but I do understand, of course, that it's, 8:30 at night now, and we only went through 5 items today. So, of course, understand that. I think if this board wants to set, as a matter of course, a general recommendation or a general policy or procedure that presentations shall not exceed a certain amount of time, I think we can certainly work together on adopting some of those procedures, and we'll just have to adapt them as needed to what comes before us.
We're-
I totally
You're
agree with
completely
you.
right.
And I don't think it's fair to the other people that are on the agenda that somebody would monopolize
Yeah.
2 hours just saying the same thing.
But honestly, the issue is staff. If we decide on something, staff can tell them in advance, listen, you're only going to get 20 minutes, and that's all you have. And then it's easy to cut off because, particularly on an appeal, you don't want them to go to a city commission and say, look, I had other stuff, but the board wouldn't let me, present it.
Let's do this. Okay, we have a workshop coming up, right?
No, we had
No,
our
we already
workshop
had
last
it.
month.
Oh, that one that I had to miss.
You were
No, you were
present,
there.
Mr. Maxwell.
I was there, yeah, okay, well,
It was
okay.
in the building next door.
So, Mr. Max, through the chair, I know that it could be taken on a case-by-case basis, and the chair can, prior to the items that we anticipate being a little bit more lengthy, ask how long it's going to be, and then set a time.
Or we can,
and
or
he
we
had-
can
he has
move
the
them
authority-
on the agenda. If they say that we need 45 minutes.
I would like all the controversial, large things like what we just went through with this, and I know it's difficult
We
to
don't know what's
understand.
going to be controversial. I can guess, but then
I mean, I didn't think
I
it
don't
would be
think that's appropriate
controversial
either.
either.
Mr. Maxwell, I would suggest that, you and I can have a discussion separately about the chair, as the chair, how we can manage the timing of the meeting. I would suggest that giving notice of a time limit at the start of a meeting is maybe not sufficient notice for someone who's gearing up their presentation. So it would likely need to be something that they're aware of prior to coming to the board
Okay, then
meeting.
let's do this.
Yeah,
Just a second. Ms.,
what
would you
happens is-
change this, please, so that we can put a time limit in here? Okay?
I think we're saying that we
And
need to
we can
discuss
do
that
it,
further.
and all we do, when we start the meeting, we can say no?
So, Mr. Maxwell, I don't know that that's sufficient notice to an applicant about what their time limit will be. Like when you go to court, you get a 15-minute special set hearing, right? You know it's 15 minutes when you get that hearing. So if we're going to establish time limits for COAs, you get 20 minutes, and we have to be even between staff and an applicant. So that's another thing I want to be clear, and staff will have to give us some guidance on the appropriate amount of time for that. If we're going to be prescriptive in the amount of time we want to give, it should be something clearly established in a policy that's available to any applicant prior to even filing their application, so that they know what the boundaries are. They're not surprised when they show up and hear the reading for the
Very
first
good.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Rolando.
Yeah, I
You know,
think
just put on the application.
having some reasonable time limits would establish some discipline and conciseness in the presentation. But when you give these, and I'm not sure they did it today, but typically you would rehearse some to make sure that you hit your time limits. Right. And so, but as Stephanie said, it's critical that the applicant and the opponent know this upfront so that they can prepare.
But staff can write that right on the application, on the COA application, put, your presentation will be limited to whatever.
So I'm happy to. I think maybe it would be helpful in the interest of time. Before our next meeting, I will look at similar quasi-judicial boards, how they establish those. Our code, I believe, allows each board to establish some policies and procedures for their own boards, so it may be helpful to be something that we adopt separately and is made available to the public. But I think, if you don't mind, I'm happy to return in January, or I may not be here, someone in our office to return and present that information to you all on sort of best practices, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be,
Okay,
it
we
has
can
to be
adopt that at
policy.
that time.
I mean, everybody coming, and quickly they'll learn that they have 30 minutes
Right.
for
Yeah, with proper
whatever
notice.
it is we set.
And even, for even some of the staff presentations and things, if we can limit those a little bit more, we all hear the same thing, multiple times, and I know it's
And the
wonderful.
same, right, and I think for some of those things, again, you're creating the evidence to go before.
Right,
if
but
something were
so
to
in case it
occur.
goes to court, you can't just say, oh, you've heard this before.
Right, and that's
We're
why we
talking
ask
about
that,
the start of the
right?
city.
But in the
Include the
case of.
report and include the
yeah.
presentation.
But in the case of like an owner-initiated designation, maybe those can be looked at.
Yeah.
Well,
in other words, let's-
Right,
maybe
someone
the
else could appeal it.
presentation can
Like, it
be
doesn't-
shortened, but
anyone else could
the
appeal it.
staff.
It would
rep-
also help
report
if the
shouldn't be.
presentation by the staff member had a little more expression and was, Elizabeth doesn't need to be a dramatic actor, but it would be a little more enthusiasm, perhaps.
I don't know. She has a PhD in historic
Yeah, she does a
preservation,
good
worked for the
job, I
National
think.
Trust.
The reports are
I'm good with her.
fabulous.
Yeah.
The reports are fabulous. A little more enthusiasm in the presentation wouldn't hurt.
Okay, so we have lots of comments. Our attorney is going to give us some advice on time, of which we can move to adopt next meeting. And why don't we do this? I mean, think of anything that you think that would make us better, and how we can, and we'll have a discussion on that. And I'm going to ask Ms. Pernis to contact me before we put the agenda, before the agenda is finalized, so that we can discuss this, so we can begin to move a few things around. So, we don't perhaps have something really large at the beginning. We can keep it toward the end. And because I too feel that it's imperative that the smaller people who put together stuff that's pretty simple should all come quickly and first. And we should notify, something that, let's say the city hall, when we come back, that we know we're going to spend a lot of time on it. I think we should say items like this will be at the end, so you don't have to show up right away. We can swear you in later on, so you don't have to waste your time, but come later,
And we do have an order of business, which you all do a wonderful job following, so thank you for that. But we'll be sure to provide that information as well as we go through. You'll notice we have generally a brief introduction, applicant, we have an order of business, and we'll make sure you all are aware of that as well. You follow it already, but to make sure that it's clear as part of any policies or procedures that you adopt are consistent with that code provision.
Yeah, because part of the other thing I think we're going to change is at 6:30, we're going to get sandwiches.
I'm happy to, I'll keep bringing candy if needed.
Thank you. We have one more item, and Ms. Everett has this item.
Yeah, party. Everybody, absolutely everyone.
Yeah. Do we want
Careful,
that on the
you're being televised.
What?
We might be able to talk about this once the meeting's adjourned.
Can I have a meeting to adjourn?
How about
Yes.
Sunday
All right,
night, the
so-
11th?
Meeting to adjourn.
Yeah, first.
Sunday night, the 11th?
But wait, we don't need, right, it's not part of the meeting order, so it's just,
Oh, adjourn, okay. Now can we talk?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If we could end the Zoom
Recording
recording,
stopped.
thank you.
everyone come to my house.